Call to order the Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting for March 9th, 2021. If we all rise. Present tonight is Mr. Clay Forehand from the Madison District, Mr. Jeff Black from, Western Carolina, Mr. Jeff Seeley from Bowling Green, Mr. Floyd Thomas from Mattaponi, Miss Nancy Long, please have a little call from Port Royal. I'm Reggie Underwood, Chairman from Reedy Church. Can we all stand, please? Most gracious Heavenly Father, once again we come before you. Thank you, O Heavenly Father, for the blessing that you've bestowed upon us. Asking your continued blessings as we continue to do the work in the business of the county. Continue to guide us. Continue to bless us. All blessing we ask in your precious name. Amen. Can we now do the pledge, please? We'll start this evening with opening board comments. Mr. Forehand.
I'll take just a moment, Chairman. Just wanted to say what has been said many times on social media and in conversations regarding business development in the county. A lot of folks out there in the county, especially that have been here for a while, look at our tax rate, look at our taxes in general, our businesses that we have in the county, and wonder, well, why don't we have a Walmart? Why don't we have a Wegmans? Why don't we have a Chick-fil-A? The list goes on. And I love Chick-fil-A, and I would love more grocery options and things like that. But the fact of the matter is, we are working very hard as a county. We have a staff that does nothing but try to attract business to the county. We're a business-friendly board, and we do everything we can to bring businesses to the county. With that said, there's a lot of pride in the county amongst the board and the staff of the county. And we don't want to bring just any business to the county. If a business wants to come to the county, which is step one, there are certain things that we look for, and that would be considered excluding a particular business from, per se, a rezoning or something like that. If we were to approve a landfill, like some of the counties around us, it would help our tax rate immensely. We would have a landfill. The neighbors would be unhappy. There'll be trash trucks going to that landfill 14 hours a day, 6 and 7 days a week. Nobody wants that in their backyard. Nobody wants to live on that route. There are other large investment types of industries and businesses that we would like to have. They got to want to be here. And a lot of times that gets lost. Some counties around us have a big industrial tax base that we honestly don't have. And some of that is by choice, because we haven't allowed businesses that would detract from the rural character of the county, businesses that are create an odor, businesses that will create an eyesore for people that live around it, things along those lines. We're very concerned about that, and we're very aware of that. And I just want to reassure everyone that can hear my voice that we are pro-business, but it needs to be the right business for where it's going to go to suit this county, that it's going to have a benefit to its residents and for everyone that might even need to pass through. But it needs to benefit us and not just the business. And some of these businesses ask for concessions, millions of dollars. And it might take 10 years to recoup that. It's not something we're going to look at. A few years, yes, we can look at that. But a business the economy could change, that business go away in 7 or 8 years, which has happened to other places like us. The county invests a whole lot of money. 10 years later, it's a vacant Superfund site with a lot of problems. Nobody wants to touch with a 10-foot pole. So just wanted to let everyone know that there are a lot of businesses that have approached us, but not a lot that have actually been good for the county. And we will continue to work hard to make it happen when it suits the citizens of Caroline County and keeps with the character of the county and things like that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forehand. Mr. Black,
Mr. Chairman, I know this is a shock, but I have none.
that is a shot. Mr. Seeley,
Mr. Chairman, we've met so often that it would be a weekly report at this point, and I also have none this evening.
thank you, Mr. Seeley. Ms. Long,
None at this time.
thank you, Ms. Long.
I'll pick up a little slack. I just have a couple. And I really only had one to start, but I want to respond or add on to something Mr. Forehand said. We do have quite a few businesses that are interested in coming to the county. I've personally met with a couple that are in the Mattaponi district, trying to expand in the district. Mr. Underwood and I are going to meet in a couple of weeks with another one that's very promising, all of which, since Mr. Wilson is there, I can't talk about because they're not confirmed. But the county is actively pursuing good businesses that will produce a lot of revenue and jobs for the county. There is also the MC Dean expansion that's going on that's been announced. So that is another thing. The other comment I had was really to commend staff and all the folks from the Virginia Department of Health that have worked on the COVID vaccination program here. I've stopped by more than one occasion, not for my shots, but to help folks work through the system. And they have been very good as far as helping folks. And we've got a lot of folks in the county who don't have email. So I've tried to work with those folks directly to make sure they got their slot confirmed and things of that nature. But the staff has been great. The program is getting better and better. I know they didn't give the automatic date for second shots for the folks who went first, and they fixed that, so it's better. And I just hope that everybody who can would get a shot. That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I only have one comment, or really two. I had my second shot this morning. Things are going very well. Just shows really, again, that I always say that when we work together, really shows you that we can overcome many of the issues that we face as long as we face those together. I've been on a call with Congressman Whitman on, this is my third occasion, and I can assure you that he, the governor, representatives for the Commonwealth of Virginia are working hard to make sure that we get out the information to try to get as many people vaccinated as possible. The African American community continues to lag in terms of shot in arms. We're trying to consider having some local sites, maybe at one of the churches. We've talked to Reverend Fields, and he's agreed that we can set that up to have his site, his church as a local site. Many of the folks do not have internet, as Mr. Thomas said, so that's been an issue. There is a telephone number now that you can call to register. So hopefully things are getting better. I know that we're better today than we were yesterday. And I believe that we will continue to get better as this pandemic hopefully draws to an end, and the vaccination programs continue to get better. So that's my comment. Amendments to the agenda.
I just have one, Mr. Chair. That is, I would like to move my appointment to our next agenda.
So, Mrs. Long has requested that we move her appointment to the Social Services Board to the next meeting, so we'll withdraw that from the agenda. Any more changes to the agenda for tonight? Hearing none, I'll take an amendment to accept the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved and second that we accept the agenda as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? First on our agenda tonight is the report from the Caroline County Broadband Committee. I think this is something that we've been talking about in the county, and the committee is working very diligently with a number of providers, and I thought it would be a good idea for the county residents to hear from our broadband committee and not from the board, because these folks are the ones who are now taking the work and doing the work. So, Mr. Ross, I thank you. Mr. Barlow, I thank you.
Jason Barlow is not here tonight. I am Jason Jacobus, Vice Chairman of the Caroline Broadband Advisory Committee. Appreciate you guys having me out. We met on the 15th of February, and present at the meeting were Jason Barlow, Floyd Thomas, myself, Jason Jacobus, David Sadler, Frank Beal, Charlie Bowman, Jeff Seeley, and Mike Vosberg. All the members introduced themselves since this was the first meeting that was being streamed live. David Sadler gave an update on the status of VATI, our current VATI proposal. There still remains approximately $20 million to be awarded. We have submitted an updated list of 911 addresses to all locations in the proposed VATI project. Jason Barlow discussed Starlink and that the pre-ordering is live for our area. Starlink is a low orbit satellite system that will deliver internet from low orbit, making it much more responsive. The cost proposed by Starlink is $99 per month and $500 for equipment. The speeds delivered now are good and ping times are comparable to cell providers. Floyd Thomas advised the committee that Comcast has an offering to residents in the existing footprint. Comcast Internet Essentials is offering a basic internet to people who qualify, and they can get basic internet connection for $9.95 a month. The committee discussed a proposed project with an unnamed vendor with a request from the Board of Supervisors for a recommendation from this committee. The total cost would be $3,096,925 to serve 361 homes in Western Carolina. The vendor would contribute $424,175, with the remaining monies being the responsibility of Caroline County. Frank Beal moved that to recommend that we attempt to negotiate a better cost share percentage from the unnamed vendor, and we ask the vendor to partner with Caroline County to complete the engineering field work in support of the submission of a possible VATI grant application in the next available funding cycle. The board agreed unanimous, and the vote was unanimous. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. I don't think any questions from the board regarding Mr. Thomas. I know you're on the committee.
The recommendation that the broadband committee made for the unknown vendor project was, say that, Jake?
Yes, sir. Yes. We recommend that Carolina County attempts to negotiate a better cost share contribution from this unnamed vendor. We ask that the same vendor partner with the county to complete the engineering field work in support of a possible submission of a VATI grant in the next year.
Yeah, I want to make that again. We have to identify someone, whoever, that's going to be the point contact for that negotiation, whether it's staff, Cully, or somebody else. But that's just for the board to decide.
Mr. Black?
Yeah, this is for the committee and maybe also the board, but I've been doing a lot of, because this is, I think you understand that as supervisors, we get a lot of emails, phone calls, letters about this continuously, and it looks like this Starlink, SpaceX Starlink, is looking pretty promising. I mean, there's articles on it almost, if you Google it, almost daily. The beta testing has been going very well. I think they are going to be opening up in our area within the year, maybe, possibly. I was just wondering if there's something, I know they're going to be countrywide, have we considered talking to them about, I mean, because the value, Mr. Thomas, for our money, it might be better to work with them as opposed to, the unnamed vendor, just because of the cost is, if we were going to put money into something, the cost would be a lot less to work with them. So, I mean, I was just wondering if we could reach out to them in any way, shape, or form and say, hey, look, is that a possibility to partner with them in any way?
There was a caveat that Starlink was given RDOF dollars, which is the
Rural Digital Opportunity Fund.
Opportunity Fund.
right, and there may be a
And they've already included Caroline to the tune of, and I forget the amount of money, but it was $2 or $3 million to incentivize Starlink to actually entertain the equipment cost and then the monthly cost.
So to lower it.
Right, right.
So this would
Subsidized.
It's subsidized.
This is so. Is their advertised cost and already subsidized, or would it be that would be in addition to what they're advertising now is they're advertising Crunchyroll like 600.
Their advertised cost is the standard what you
500.
call rack rate. Yeah.
Right.
What would happen if that RDOF money could be drawn down, which from another project that we're working on with the same funding, it's going to be a year or two before they draw down that money. So it may be a case where people have to pay the standard rate for a year,
I was just all right.
and then some of that money will come in to help offset.
Yeah. I just think that's a very promising. So I thank you.
It really is. And if I may say, the Starlink has the pre-order live now. Some equipment should be delivered summer to fall. Committee members have pre-ordered, so we would hopefully have a report hopefully this fall. And then side note would be that Amazon has a competing technology that they're building. So I know we've waited long enough, but maybe waiting more drives competition. But we have to have something now for the county.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. More comments regarding broadband? I'm sure that we'll revisit the broadband. This is just the beginning, but I think the committee is going to make some additional recommendations, and we'll continue to hopefully move forward to getting greater access to broadband in the county.
Thank you. The one thing, Mr. Chairman, to make sure folks know is the county has little or no control over bringing broadband. If it were the county's control, everybody would have broadband, I'm sure. But we're basically working with existing companies that we have to, convince to expand, even though their business model doesn't present a good case to expand. And that's really where we are. We're just trying to look at all of the alternatives to see if we can help the folks in Caroline.
Right. Again, yeah, the internet providers are a business just like any other business coming to the county, and we are negotiating and working with them to find solutions for the rural community. So it's not only Caroline, but when I was on the call, we talked with the congressman. There are issues across the county with internet access that's going to have to be addressed, because the internet is the way of the future, and it's here. So we have to have access. So I think the COVID virus for sure says we need to speed up. This needs to be addressed at a much quicker pace. So it just identified issues that we have to resolve. So thank you, Jason. Good evening.
Good evening. That's right. This is the winter coat. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board, I appreciate y'all having me once again. I'm just going to go through the quarterly report, and I can take some questions at the end. If there's anything we need to discuss, we can do so. I wanted to start with just some of the supervisor updates, some of the things that we've been working on over the last 3 to 6 months here, and continuing on through the warmer months. Hopefully, as you all know, we've had a little stint of weather here over the last couple months. February, our guys were working almost about 30 days straight. That was without a break, without a weekend, without time with their families. So it's been a little bit of a stressful month, but we've gotten through it. We've got a lot of trees out there that we still need to clean up. I was just on the way here and saw a couple of my own that I think we're going to have to do something with. So, I would encourage everybody, the members of the county and citizens, if you all see something, say something. Go through the 1-800-4 road system. Those work orders go directly to the area headquarters, and they are on it. So With that, I'll just go through some of the updates. I'm not going to hit every bullet on the report, but Mr. Black, you had asked us to look at some of the Lady Smith Road shoulders. We've taken a look at those. We do have that on the plan this summer to pull those shoulders throughout that section between Bridlewood and the subdivision there. Also, we looked at the site distance at Bridlewood. We did cut that back. This is back prior to the winter months. We'll continue to look at that. If there's some other, we can have some other conversations about maybe trying to cut that embankment down if we get some kind of a right of entry. Because I know that pulling out looking left, we could improve that if we had a little bit more right of way in that area. So we can have some conversations about that, but we would have to get some kind of a right of entry to allow us to go in and pull that embankment back. So I know we've done some work in the past there, but I think looking left, pulling out onto. Yes, sir. But in the meantime, it does meet the site distance requirements. Mr. Seeley, one thing that we've heard from some constituents about in your area has been that approach on 207, heading over top of 301. Hit it on my way here. We are going to look to improve that for the eastbound approach. We're going to take about 100 to 200 feet of pavement, mill it out, and put it back. There's been some settlement. The bridge is not settling, but the soil on the other side of the bridge for the approach is starting to settle. So we're going to mill that out and improve that. So there's a little bit less of a, I'm going to call it a bump, for lack of a better word, as you approach that section of bridge. So that's going to be done probably in the spring of 2021 is what we're shooting for now. Mr. Forehand, you had asked to look at the fence over there on 207. There are no issues necessarily for the road in that area, no sight distance issues, but we don't have any problem with those being removed. It would just have to be something that has to happen under permit. I know I've talked to some property owners. It has probably been 4 or 5 years ago. But we are open to those discussions. So if you do speak to the property owners, the developers in that area that are interested in kind of improving some of the, we'll say, more sightly things, we are open to those discussions. They just need to work through me, and they can go through a permit process, and we can get the brush and some of those things taken down, and furthermore, maybe put together some kind of a permit to maintain.
The trees are growing through the fence, so nobody wants to put a chainsaw into that.
Yep. Well, we could look at. I mean, there are also some options out there where we can put I say we as in somebody can come in through permit and put in a different fence and maintain that. That's also an option. That fence, I think we've talked about this in the past, but that fence is there for the limited access. So we do need to keep people out of that limited access. But
Sure.
if there's someone that wants to come in and install a different fence and maintain that area, we have no issues with that as long as they go through the permit process, do everything safe, and maintain it long term.
All right. Thank you.
Then Mrs. Long, you had asked last time about Portabago Bay. It is on the paving schedule this upcoming summer. I say summer. They have until the end of fall to get that stuff done. That is, I'll talk about the paving schedule a little later on in the report, but that is indeed on the schedule for a Cape Seal. And we are working with the HOA to get in front of some of the citizens out there so that they kind of know what the Cape Seal product is and what they can expect. Very similar to what we did in Port Royal and parts of Bowling Green.
I believe when they scheduled this a couple of years ago, someone was out and talked to them, but there's probably a lot of new people out there. There's been some sales.
That may have been me.
Yeah. And before you move on, thank you so much for the light on 17. And
Yes, ma'am.
thank REC also. I know they were really pushed. It was bad timing. But I'm sure you're going to tell me do you have any idea how long we're going to look at our little light on 17?
I don't want to get, don't spoil the rest
Okay.
of it.
I'll
We'll get there. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Thomas, you had asked us to look at Edwards Road. Mr. Fincham and I were just speaking. There's an abandonment going on out there, but we're working through some of the details as far as what that's going to look like and how far that's going to go. So we're still working through those details. I know it's been a little while, but there's been a lot of questions in the meantime. Yes, sir.
If you abandon it, you no longer do maintenance, right?
That is correct. So it has to meet a public use, and that's kind of where we're going through right now. So we'll be working with staff, and we'll see if we can come to some kind of a resolution for that.
Can you tie me into that, please? Because
Absolutely.
the road was public use, and
Correct.
VDOT chose to close it. So logically, it would seem that VDOT would continue to maintain it.
Well, I'll loop you in. Yes, sir.
Could you include me in that thing? Thank you, Mr.
Absolutely.
Bate.
The other one I wanted to touch on was Shepherd Hill. We're still in conversations with the county. That's something that we can look at through the rural addition process. It's just a matter of getting that right of way donated from the private
We have to add it
property
on.
owner. So that's something I believe that you are. Secondary 6-year plan conversations are coming up, so that's an option. And with that, I think that's all of the. Yes, sir. Panola Road. It's on the schedule this summer. Yes, sir. That's another one similar to the Ladysmith Road. We've got it on the schedule. We're coming back around to it. All right. I want to go over some of the construction projects. The very first one here is the Route 17 pipe and slope failure. We did get within the last week to 2 weeks, we had the temporary signal put out there to allow one lane of traffic. We are still in the process of trying to find a contractor. We're waiting on some bids and some estimates to come back. What we plan to do out there, it's a pretty significant issue that we're having to work on. One, we're looking to jack and bore a pipe of similar size underneath 17. The pipe is about 80 feet deep, very, very deep pipe. And if you were to drive over the road, you wouldn't notice that there's a significant issue. But if you've seen some of the pictures that were on the press release, it has washed out the embankment, what I'll call on the southern side of 17, because it kind of goes east-west through that section. Um, so significant issues out there with the slope and the pipe. It is a concrete pipe that has come undone at multiple sections throughout, from what we can tell. We are going to have to jack and bore a pipe underneath, and then at the end of that, come back and stabilize the slope with what we are looking to do is have a contractor come in from North Carolina and do some soil nails. And so that will stabilize the slope, and we will be able to open the road again. As far as a time frame, I will go ahead and say that probably within the next 2 to 3 months. The reason being, we are still working with the Jack and Bore contract to see if we can get somebody in. We had them come out. We had 2 companies come out and give us some estimates based off of a contract that I utilized down in Richmond District. But still working through that process. So bear with us over the next couple months as we continue to fix that issue. So hopefully I answered all your questions on that.
I do have one other,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Chair, if you mind.
Yes, Ms. Long.
Actually, the time's better than I thought it would be, so thank you. And while you have people out there, there's a guardrail that's been down for over a year from a car accident up around Logan's Road, which is just up the hill,
Okay.
about half a mile. Could you get them to replace that while you got your guys out there? But I also wanted to ask you, do you all still have a fund for roads that are access to public recreational areas?
We do have a program through our local assistance division in central office that does provide some recreational access funds. They have to be applied for. If there's a particular area, I know I was looking at Sutton here just recently with the county staff as maybe trying to come up with some way to get some recreational access funds. I know the Department of Wildlife, I think is what they're called now, was working with the county staff to maybe talk about that. But as if there's another location, I can take a look at it and maybe see if I can get with central office.
Yeah, there is another location, so if we could chat with that about that sometime.
Okay.
I'd
Yeah.
like to talk to you about it. Thank you.
All right. To go through a couple more of these projects here, the Caroline Village rural additions, those are complete. We did the pipes back in 2019, and we just recently in the fall completed the hard surfacing. We are going to come back in the next 2 to 3 years and do another layer of surface treatment, just to add a little bit more, we'll call it structure to that section of the village. Route 207 westbound, the bridge replacement over the Mattapani. That started in March of 2020. Everything's going as planned. It's anticipated to be completed in September of 2021. We have the Route 30 bridge rehab. This is actually a Richmond District project, so not even a Fredericksburg project, but we do work closely with our neighbors, and I used to be one on the other side. So the superstructure repairs are for the existing westbound bridge only. They're never going to be closing traffic on that westbound, but they will be taking it down to one lane, and that's going to be from about the summer of 2021 to the spring of 2022. Not unsimilar to some of the things going on. Well, I say that they're going to always have one lane of traffic through that section. So for the westbound. And then also we have the Route 743 Clifton Road over the South River Bridge. That is a replacement. That construction is currently underway and is going to be completed in late 2021. That is a replacement in kind for a structurally deficient structure. Some of the preliminary engineering aspects, we have some of the bridge ones. I'll be sure that before these things actually go to construction, as I always do, I work with the local first responders, school transportation, and we'll give them any kind of updates as far as what they can expect for the closure. So that way they have a good heads up if they need to change any of their routes, because I know that is an inconvenience for them and could potentially be a safety issue if they're not aware. So, but one of the first one here is the Route 1 bridge rehab over the South River. The posting of willingness has expired, and we did not have any requests for a public hearing. The right-of-way phase is currently underway, and we're looking to begin construction in early 2022. We have the Route 639 Ladysmith Road, which is widening 2 lanes to 4 lanes. That right-of-way is clear. Utility relocations are underway. The current ad is projected around September of 2021, and we can expect construction between 6 to 8 months after that to start. We also had some conversations about the medians and some of the stamped concrete. Once those bids come back, we will take a look at what the bids are and what the price is, and if there's some leeway, we may be able to look at doing some of that stamped concrete that we had spoke about in the past. So, also, we had the Route 639 Ladysmith Road, Charlesburg safety improvements. Right of way is clear on that. Utility relocations are beginning, and the current ad is scheduled for summer of 2021. That one, we are changing the stop condition to Partlow due to the higher traffic volume coming from Anderson. So it's going to be a T intersection with a stop condition just with the other leg coming from Partlow as opposed to Anderson. So that one, like I said, current ad is projected for summer of 2021 with about 6 to 8 months after that starting construction. Also, we have the Route 652 Coolwater Drive. This is another bridge replacement over Polecat Creek. This one, the right-of-way phase plans are expected June 2021 with the current ad date of July 2022. This one is changing the existing timber deck to a concrete deck. This one will include a detour during traffic. Like I said, I will work with the local first responders to make sure that they have all that information before going to construction. Also, we have the Interstate 95 rest area trucking park expansion, which is going to add 29 additional truck parking spaces. That is at the 108 mile point. Bids are received, and that is expected to be awarded within the next 30 days, which is good. So that one's moving along. On the last section of this, I have some of the maintenance projects. Here are some of the tree trimming routes for fiscal year 2021. But the next bullet down here is the upcoming resurfacing. This is interstate primary and secondary routes. Here is a nice list of everything coming our way within next spring, summer, fall timeline. The primary routes, which is anything 599 and below, are asphalt routes. Many of the secondary routes are a mixture of surface treatment, Cape Seal, and things like that. But some of the notable ones, I-95, very much so, the northbound side of that, between the 101 and the 106.9, that is going to get resurfaced, mill and fill. And then we have Route 207 between essentially, I believe 95 and the Caramel Church Loop and Ruther Glen. That section will be resurfaced as well. And then some various secondary routes, Golensville, Landora, County Line Church, so on and so forth. If you all have any questions about any of those, we select these resurfacing routes not just based off of the condition, but also based off of the traffic. We also have to look at what kind of a treatment that we're putting out there. Depending on what the treatment is, could change whether it's getting on the resurfacing schedule or not. I know there are a lot of roads that have needs. I will say that we have 60 lane miles coming to Caroline County, which is a lot. Most of those are secondary miles. So we have had, I think you've heard me talk about this in the past, we've kind of had a shift in our targets, we'll say. over the last year to 2 years, and we are putting a lot more focus and a lot more funds on the secondary system, which I think we can all agree is very much needed. Um, so that is why we've got the 60 lane miles that we've got. That is good news. And if you all have any questions about any of that, I can take them. If you want to talk about offline, I'm more than happy to give some more clarification. And that is all I have. Do you all have any questions for me?
Thank you, sir. I'll open up to the board. Does the board members have any questions? Mr. Black?
Just have a few quick ones. So on the one where Anderson Mill Road, that intersection, are you saying that then like 6 to 8 months after the advertisement, so it'd be probably early 2022 that you would start
Yes, sir.
construction on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now what about the Ladysmith Road one?
Mhm.
I see advertisement, but when would that be?
The advertisement, what I'll do is the next report, I'll get rid of the ad date because you all probably don't care about that. It's
Right.
more when you're going to construction.
Yeah,
So
that's what people want to know. I mean,
understood. It's typically about 6 to 8 months after that. But what I'll do is I'll send you that in an email,
yeah,
Mr.
could you
Black,
do
so
that
you've
and
got
then
it.
like the ad date and then the estimated time of construction,
Mhm.
so that way we know how long people would be inconvenienced would be a huge help.
Understood.
And then the last thing, just really quickly, on this, like the repaving, what determines what roads are going to be repaved? I mean, how do you determine on the like for the paving? How do you determine like a section of this road or a section? Because we have,
Yep.
thousands of miles of road in this county, and what goes into that factor? Just really quickly.
Yeah, I will give you as brief of a synopsis as I can. There's many things that go into the selection of the routes. We have to look at it from a few different angles here. One is being the pavement ratings, which we get our secondary ratings on I can't remember exactly the time frame, but I think it's like every 2 years. I'll have to verify that. But we ride all of our secondary routes with a system. That vehicle gets subsurface ratings and surface ratings and gives us a good understanding of what the rating on that road is. So that's one of the very first things that we look at, and we kind of filter out by some of the ones that have some of the worst ratings. But then again, we also have to look at the amount of traffic that road gets on a day-to-day basis. Um, you know, taxpayers of Virginia, while you may live on a subdivision road, it's very important that we hit the most people as needed. So when you talk about these high volume secondary roads that you're traveling 45, 55 plus miles an hour, it's very important that you have a solid surface underneath you. So that's why you see a lot of these high volume secondary roads. Um, we also have to look at where the contractor's going, and it's a delicate balance here. We try not to send the contractor all over creation if we can help it. I try and do a long segment as much as I possibly can if I'm in the area, and if not, I try and have some kind of a plan as far as when we're coming back to that area. If I have that contractor jumping from location to location, this side of the county to this side of the county, I'm going to get much worse bids on that contract. So it's somewhat important that we try and keep them together, but we also have needs, so we understand that as well. So it's a very delicate balance of all of those things. We ride the routes. That's probably the biggest is that my superintendent in the area um, gets out and looks at these routes. He takes the pavement ratings and takes all of these things that are generated by a computer and he puts eyes on them. And that's the first and foremost of how we determine that. So
All right,
I hope
thank you.
that
And
gave
you
you a
could
little
send us
bit.
that email as far as real soon as possible about when the construction will start and how long
Absolutely.
we estimated on those projects. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Any other questions?
Yes,
Excuse me,
sir.
Mr. Bates, I want to say first of all, the weather's great right now,
Yes.
but I do want to say thank you very much, and I think your crew did an excellent job when we had those snowstorms. Um, I'm on a secondary road, but I did travel throughout the county, and you guys did a great job considering the conditions. So I want to say thank you. And I told you before, I would always say thank you, and you did a great job when you did a great job.
Yes, sir. I will, while I am the one standing up here, I was not the one pushing the snow. So I will absolutely pass that on to the superintendent in this area and also with some of the local contractors that live in the area too. Thank
Well, I
you.
did send the email, so feel
I
free to
got it.
forward the
You got it.
email. And now that we're all smiling and happy,
Yes, sir.
we do have to talk about Milford, but we can talk about that offline.
Okay.
Okay, and I think you know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely, I do.
We've been there before. So it's a
Mhm.
case where the county abandoned the utility easement. I think that's causing the problem. So it's a unique situation.
Yes, sir. No problem. We can talk about it. I've walked it since being back, all the way back through all the great stuff back there. So, um,
This
yep.
problem goes back to the first VDOT resident, Ben Franklin.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
Yes, Mr. Bates, when you do secondary resurfacing, do you also inspect the ditches and treat the ditches?
This is
for-
a great
for the-
question. So, one of the things that we try and do, and that I've been pushing, I'll be honest, I was pushing it when I was here as an assistant, but especially since coming back as a resident engineer, um, it's very important that we keep our infrastructure maintained. If I come out and I put a brand new road and then I don't have a ditch, I'm gonna have water sitting on a brand new road, and there's nothing more detrimental to a roadway than water and weather. So what we have been pushing is to get out ahead of these. There's nothing I get more frustrated with than when I put a brand new asphalt mat or surface treated mat down, and I have a pipe that fails. That's when my superintendents and I have some conversations. So we do our best to get out and inspect those things ahead of time. The expectation is that they would have looked at these probably a year ago. And they will continue to do that throughout the next few months. And if there's anything that's needed as far as ditching or shoulder work, keep in mind some of some of these routes have shoulder conditions in the contract, and they will be maintained as part of that resurfacing contract. But if there's ditching or pipes that need to be replaced, the expectation is that we do that ahead of time. So we've been pushing that from day one. That's not just here; that is everywhere. I did the same thing down in Chesterfield, and doing the same thing here. So, to answer your question, yes,
Good. And that includes brush that's growing over the road.
yes, ma'am.
I just have two comments. My first comment is that we really appreciate the excellent signage upgrades on Ruther Glen Road and Route 30 and Signboard Road and throughout the Reedy Church District. I can clearly see you guys have been doing some excellent work there, and we certainly
Yes, sir.
want to thank you and VDOT for that. My only comment is, I know I'm concerned about the bridge abatement, bridge abutments. I know on 207, when you're going into Bowling Green, there's a hump between the bridge and
Yep.
the road. We had the same thing on Route 30, and it's starting to
Mhm.
settle again. It just appears that the surfaces need to be brought closer to level so that you don't get the big hump. And it appears to be happening at several of the bridges in the county. And I'll be happy to get you a list, because as I travel, I notice there's issues there.
So one of the more significant ones that we've got, not just in the county, I'll say in my residency, is the one on 207. And
Yes.
that will be fixed.
Okay.
That is one, and I put it under Mr. Seeley. I know that's kind of right there on the line, but that is one that we're going to be coming in the eastbound approach. I hit
Yes.
it on the way here. So, yes, sir, we're going to fix that. We're going to mill that out, and we're going to fill it back in with asphalt. So that will be a smoother transition. That's happening right now. We're looking at spring of 2021. So that's
Okay.
coming up. And there's some other ones, and if you and I can, yep.
Mr. Bates, again, I thank you. I appreciate
Chairman.
all you do. Any more, Mr. Forehand?
Mr. Bates,
Yes, sir.
on 207 coming from Bowling Green, approaching the commercialized area near the highway. You're aware of the two circles. It's kind of a
Mhm.
strange road pattern for most folks. Would it be possible to get the same type of signage that's on the highway to direct people to restaurants and services to be put up coming towards 95? Because right now, if someone wanted to go to McDonald's,
Yeah.
they wouldn't know that they're going to have to take a left a quarter mile before McDonald's to get to McDonald's.
So there are some options out there. The department doesn't necessarily do them, but they are something that can be done under permit or through our VA logos system. I need to check because I know that the VA logos is typically for those that are coming off of 95, but A similar thing here. There are some other programs out there that can bring some awareness. In fact, I just got a similar request in Port Royal here recently, asking that same question. So what I'll do is I'll take that email, I'll send it your way, so that you've got that information and you can take a look. If you have any questions, just give me a call.
Just trying to,
Yep.
again, we're getting a lot of folks that aren't used to the area and don't know the traffic pattern there that we would love for them to eat it within the county versus driving 2 exits south.
All right.
Mr. Bates, I do have one other question.
Yes, sir.
Light sequencing
Okay.
is your responsibility, correct?
Yes, sir. It is.
That same light there, at 207 Rogers Clark, making the left onto Coolwater, I believe. No, yeah. That left-hand turn arrow sometimes is left doesn't come on between two cycles. I think there's a sequence issue. Same way coming out of the Arby's, making the left onto 207. Carmel Church Loop, yeah, I go there every day. The sequencing appears to be off there. I'm not sure whether it's the magnetic trigger
And
or
that's the left into Arby's.
the left-hand lane coming from the Arby's and the left-hand lane then going to Coolwater. So two left hands.
Gotcha.
Left hand onto Rogers Clark, left hand onto Coolwater.
So we
There's an
do
issue.
we do have the ability to change some of the timings within reason. A lot of our signals, especially if you're in a corridor, they do talk to each other, so we have to be very gentle with how we manipulate those timings. But I can look at it. The only issue that we run into, and I'll, you know, if we give more seconds to that left turn movement that goes across 207, we're stopping 207.
Right.
And while that may not be a issue during some times of the day, in the afternoon and the mornings, you want to get people that are moving in and out of the area to the interstate and from the interstate so they can go home. I'm not going to say that we don't give that love to the side streets, but it is very important that we don't back up traffic on 207, or else I'm going to be getting calls on that one. So I will look into it, and there may be some opportunities to adjust some of the timing, and I may give you a call to clarify just exactly what we're talking about.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. If nobody's on 207. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's something we can take a look at. Our signal staff, can take a look at if there's a loop in the pavement or it's done by a video. We can see if that's functioning properly. That's an easier fix than changing the timing, to be honest. So,
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Any other questions?
all right. Thank you all. It's good to see you all.
Final presentation tonight is the presentation of the county administrator's proposed fiscal year 21-22 budget. Mr. Cully, I believe. And that's going to be done by video. Oh, no, there he is. He's here. All right. Good evening, Mr. Cully. How are you?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Let's see if I can make this run from down here. Tonight I'm here to give you an overview of the FY 2022 proposed Caroline County budget. The good news first. The FY 22 general fund budget is only increasing $81,102.78 from FY 21 to $55,581,603.87. Would you like for me to stop now? Because that was the summary of the good news. When I retire, I'm going into the comedy routine, so I figured I'd get a start tonight. Now the bad news. The FY21 general fund budget of $55,500,501.09 had a one-time payment to the man that just left, VDOT, of $2,450,000. I left a zero or deleted one by accident. That had a matching revenue from a borrowing. So the payment is gone as well as the equal amount of revenue. The true way to look at FY21 to FY22 is to remove the VDOT payment from the total. FY21 would then be $53,050,501.09, and the difference between FY21 and FY22 would then be $2,531,103.78, clearly a much larger number than the year-over-year increase of $81,102.78. And so when you just line them up, number to number, it's 81,000. That is a real number, but that's not the whole story. What makes up the increase? So I'm going to give you the top 11 in order. So this is not picking on anybody. These are the top 11 increases in the proposed FY22 budget. Come on, Finger, hit it hard enough. Number one, transfer to school operations funds for 5% match to the state funds for salaries in the amount of $806,321, which is an increase of 5.55% of the transfer amount, and it is also 31.15% of the major increases to the general fund. So what that last number is, I added up all of these major increases, and I'm just giving you what the percentage of that is. The 5.5 is the transfer amount going up 5.5% year over year. Whoops. Spoke too many times. Where's the back on here on this new thing?
While you go back, Mr. Cully, the increase for school salaries, that's with the state funding.
That's with the state funding. The total 5% is 1.7 million. Anybody remember? Only way I know. Oh, track. Went all the way. All right. I thought I went back one slide. Sorry. 2, the creation of a public safety step plan and the associated cost equals $647,279.50 for FY22, and it's 25.01% of the major increases to the general fund. This is the same number that we went over last week, so there's really not any change to that number, but that's where that fits in, that would be the second largest increase to the budget. Number 3, the increase of 5% for the remaining county employees equals $245,112, and is 9.47% of the major increases to the general fund. And with those are all associated costs. That's not just salary. That's retirement, group life, all the FICA, all the other things that go up when salaries go up. Number 4 is the transfer to the debt retirement fund is increasing by $193,616 and 31 cents, or 3.34%, and it's 7.48% of the major increases to the general fund. And this includes all of the borrowing, the debt service for all the borrowing that Courtney's got, that he'll be presenting to you in a spreadsheet and in an overview later on tonight. That's all the borrowings that we had gone over at the last regular meeting and authorized them to go seek proposals on. Number 5, the transfer to the Dawn Wastewater Fund depreciation in the amount of $141,513, and this is 5.471% of the major increases to the general fund. I can't really explain this one. We've had depreciation before, and somehow it wasn't in last year's budget, so I don't know exactly why I took that out, and Tamika wasn't here to tell me not to take it out, I guess. But anyway, she saw it, and it's back in. It had been in prior. Number 6, the increase for law enforcement non-salary or personnel of $137,548.64, which is 2.9% increase in the sheriff's budget and 5.31 of the major increase general fund. Most of these things are maintenance service contracts, increase in repairs and vehicle maintenance, increase in fuel with the rising costs of fuel. So it's some new software and things that they have been upgrading to over the years. They would have to explain more about what some of those things are, but they're mainly in those line items. It's not personnel. It's not any new personnel or anything like that. Number 7, the 5% increase for the mandated constitutional office employees that we discussed at last week's meeting too. That's $92,110,000 and is 3.56% of the major increases to the general fund. Number 8, the increase for regional correctional institutions of $89,416, which is 4.46% in that department and is 3.5% of the major increases to the general fund. Those include the Pamunkey Regional Jail, the Juvenile Detention Center, and those things associated with that. But those are the major drivers of that. And that's numbers based on participation or incarceration, however you want to. You probably don't want to participate in that. But number 9, the increase for Parks and Rec for a new program and the library to meet increased minimum wage issues with all their part-time people and some other program related things in the library, but a total of those combined is $82,000. And those two actually, they form one group in Parks, Recreation, and Cultural, you'll see in the overall budget. $82,207.71, or 7.73% against those two departments, or 3.18% of the increases to the general fund. Number 10 is the increase to the transfer to the utility fund of $78,145.03, or a 4.92% increase, and is 3.01% of the major increases to the general fund. And the last, number 11, it didn't work out to anything any greater. The increase for electoral board and elections, and most of this is all driven by the General Assembly and things that they now have to do. $75,086.28, or a 28% increase in those two departments combined, and 2.9% of the major increases to the general fund. The total of those top 11 major increases to the general fund equals, and these numbers are going to get funny as you see them later, $2,588,224.47. The difference between FY21 without VDOT payment and FY22 is $2,531,102.78. So the remaining change in the FY22 general fund budget is actually down $57,121. So there's a lot of things in the general fund budget that are down, but then we've got all these fixed costs that are up. Now we get into real estate revenue, and this is where you probably want me to lead. FY22 per penny equals $316,892.97. Pennies needed to fund the major FY22 increases equal 8.2 cents. Revenue in FY21 and not in FY22 from the Caroline Detention Facility, the CDF, equals the amount of $955,800. So the current budget's balanced off of $955,800 transfer from the detention facility. That is not in right now the 22 budget.
Will it be? Will it be?
I don't have 900. If we use this 955, we're running on the minimum threshold all year since COVID. So we're not making the money that we were making there. But it's not, and I wouldn't recommend, that was more of an emergency procedure during last year's COVID run than, but anyway, pennies needed to replace that would be 3 cents. But the total pennies needed for the new expenses less the CDF revenue equals 10 cents. Doesn't quite work out to 11. But it still would require, and I don't, carryover from the fund balance needed with 10-cent increase, you still would have $109,340.29 coming from basically the fund balance as a balance in number. We don't normally ever end up zero, the expenditures to revenues being 100% equal. So even with a 10-cent increase, the way the budget is right now, you're still about 109 needs to come out of the fund balance. At an 8-cent increase, the amount needed from the fund balance would be $743,126. But also at 8-cent increase, the fund balance at 6/30/21 should increase by $1,166,166.12. This would be a one-time increase as a result of the tax increase coming in June of the FY21 budget. So if you do go up, those of you that have been through tax increases before, which is not often, there is a June bump in the previous or of the budget year that the tax rate changes that's not factored into the revenue in the upcoming year because of the way the tax bills are due. So after balancing the budget with the $743,126, the fund balance would still increase by the remaining amount of that one-time money by at least $423,039. Also, this does not account for the other possibility that the fund balance may grow even more if projected 21 revenues exceed projected 21 expenses, as is the normal case. So I would expect the fund balance, even if we were to budget $743,000 as a balance, wouldn't go down the wrong way through 22 because we would end the 21 so strong. I never want you to think that there's just tons of money in the fund balance. It's one of those things you've got to see what's going in and what's coming out. This whole exercise is for you to see we're increasing operating costs and operating expenditures. They can't be just filled with one-time fund balance money time and time again. We'd be broke. No new positions in the budget. Whoops, did it again. But anyway, 6 vehicles proposed in the budget, all leased for like a 4-year lease. So that's about $134,000, but it would be not direct revenue, it would be lease revenue. We would just be paying a lease payment. In the CIP, for the county side, $1,341,340. That's sheriff's vehicles, fire truck, and ambulance. The sheriff's vehicles, the fire truck and the ambulance are obviously the large part of the sheriff's vehicles are about 200 and some thousand of this year. Fire and rescue about 900. All would be financed over a period of time. The fire trucks usually 10 years. Infrastructure in there is $150,000. That was for some sort of parking lot improvements here and adjoining this property. And I would propose transferring that $150 from the CDF fund to cover. School CIP, $899,689. It's increasing about $121,149 or 15.56%. That would be 4 direct bus replacements at $424,645, and that number may need to change a little bit because I propose no air conditioning, just a regular bus like we normally have bought. 1 special needs bus that they've requested, that I think I have that number right at $112,044. Maintenance students transportation vehicle, $50,000. That would be lease purchase, would be grouped in with the county lease purchases. They also have other items all listed out, and I can get you a copy of that. Of what I recommend in their CIP. That's $313,000, and I would propose that would be transferred from reversion fund. I'd like to give special thanks for help in preparation of this FY22 budget to Tamika Smith, Director of Finance, and Alan Parton, Deputy County Administrator, and Mike Fincham for his work and his staff on the CIP. I know they've been working on hearings with the Planning Commission on that. And the last part is sort of decisions. The budget has not been advertised. The earliest with a 2-week notice is a special meeting we could hold on March 30th. Adoption could then proceed and be placed on the April 13th meeting. Kind of what I would like to know, what is the tax rate the board is comfortable with advertising? Remember, you can advertise and come down. And what amount from the fund balance is acceptable? And we always have to think about what funds will be available for 23, because as you saw from this year, costs will continue to rise. We're looking at establishing a step pay plan that I already gave you the numbers for what that would entail next year. And I know the schools will be back in the same way with their step plan, expecting some additional funds as well. So while we will have some new revenue, and I expect some new businesses that are being, one is under construction and one will be under construction soon. And we are in a housing building boom that we probably will pick up some revenue, hopefully in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not in the millions. So we have to take that into consideration. If we set the rate real low and live out of the fund balance, I will be standing here, if I'm still standing here after tonight, which I've told Alan he might be in charge after this presentation. I'll be back next year going, we're still needing a tax increase. So it becomes a decision of, you know, can you do something and maybe make it a few years, or do you do something in your back going, well, hey, we've got to go up a couple of 3 or 4 cents next year, and people are back going, why don't you fix this problem? So I can't give you what the right answer is. I can kind of just give you where we are, what the big drivers. And the state really did this when they mandated 5% for, you know, across the board. It really kind of tied our hands for both the schools um, and employees. So with that, I'll take questions. We do need to make, you know, some decisions. You can add it to the agenda later if you would like and think about it. But the longer we wait, the longer that pushes out, you know, when we can have a public hearing.
All right, Mr. Cully, thank you for your report. I'll open the floor to board comments, and I'll start with Mr. Thomas.
Okay, that's fine. One thing that people should all realize, this is the county administrator's proposed budget.
Correct.
So the budget process as it is, the county administrator makes his presentation. The board will have several work sessions, and then we will come to what the board will advertise and say is their budget or their budget proposal.
Not necessarily advertise. Normally, we
Well,
advertise something and y'all have a bunch of work sessions and then you
right.
adopt. So I would add, we need to advertise something. We can work on it as many work sessions as you like.
But the key point is this is your budget, not
Correct.
the board's budget or
Correct.
the final county budget.
Correct.
The other thing that wasn't mentioned, and I think people are going to be confused or probably confused, there will be an equalized tax rate.
Correct.
And you didn't mention that. So
I have a spreadsheet for that.
well, just quick fuzzy math. The tax rate now is 83
It'll
cents.
go to 69.
20% of 83 is 16.
So the math worked out to 69. I can even show you in a
Okay.
spreadsheet if y'all would pass that around. I forgot to open this one up. If you had a $150,000 home in 2020 at 83 cents, you were paying. I got to pull this down because I can't see. $1,245. If you then have a 20% increase, your house value is now $180,000, and you would be paying at 69 cents, $1,242. So if you did go to 77 cents, which is 8 cents, you would be paying $1,386, which is a $141 tax increase yearly, or $70.50 every 6 months. So I've created this nice chart for you for 150,000 by 50,000 all the way up to $600,000 home. And so it shows you if you had a home that was 200,000, your 21 value is 240. You were paying $1,660. Now and equalized rate, you'd be paying $656. So it's 69, and but anyway, the rounded number is 69. I can show you the math in the revenue side.
Yeah, that's something we could do offline. But the point that I wanted to make is people need to know that there is going to be an equalized rate, so it's not a 8 or 10%.
Oh no, it's not 8 cents over where we are 83. Today. No.
That's the big point that folks need to know. It's not going to go from 83 to 93.
Oh no, no. But you have to call it a tax increase, even though the rate's going down.
Right, but we have to say what the equalized rate is, and
the equalized rate, and we'll make sure we have all that at the public hearing. And the ad has very specific language by code.
Right.
But the equalized rate is 69 cents for anybody listening, and what I'm proposing is 77.
Okay. I will check with Tamika or Mrs. Smith, because my math was 67 cents, and if she has 69, I'm going to trust her.
She didn't create this one, I did, but you're welcome to look at the math. I can't.
Okay. That's
yeah,
fine.
I couldn't get to 67.
I mean, that's fine. Really, for the folks that are listening, they need to understand two things. This is the first presentation by you. It's not final, and there is an equalized rate. That's
correct.
All I want to say.
Correct. Not final by a long shot.
How many work sessions are we going to have? Do we have one scheduled? Okay, but yeah. When do we need to adopt the budget by and set the tax rate?
If you have tax bills that are due June 5th. So if people are going to have it, especially if you're going to have any kind of tax increase, even 1 penny, I would like for the tax bills to go out in early May, which means you need to adopt in in April at some point. We have a special meeting, something to leave the commissioner's office a few weeks and the treasurer's office to get them to the company that mails them out to get them on the street a month before June 5th.
Didn't you mean we did it later last year?
We did because of the pandemic, but we weren't raising taxes either.
Okay.
Correct. By law, the school budget's got to be adopted by May.
I need to look at all this on paper before I can really,
Right.
but thank you.
Mr. Black?
Yeah, one of the things that's kind of, I guess, disturbing is, and I don't know if you've done the numbers yet, but there seems to be a lot of words in here that say mandate, 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 and it's unfunded, and it's coming from the state.
It's not completely unfunded. We have revenue on
lot
the
of it.
match. We have, yeah, we
Right.
have revenue on the match side, but like the school mandate, we're getting money on the school side, but that's what's left over. They only fund, as you know, certain positions. So
Right.
those people would get the 5% and everybody else.
Yeah, there's a match for the 5% even there,
It's in there. All the
And that-
matches are in.
and then they'll be coming back to us next year.
No,
Our pay
no,
scale is still not changed. You know, I mean, we're still, because everyone will be getting the 5%. So you know, I mean, then we'll still be 14th out of 16, even though there's a 5% raise.
Correct. I agree with that, but any more money has got to come from somewhere.
Right. And then the second question I have, maybe I was mistaken, on the utilities side of things. Are you saying that the big borrowing we have to do that's coming up later on, are you saying that we're only, like, how much is that going to cost us?
That's in debt service.
Right.
Right.
So the debt service is only going up?
This particular year, not a whole lot. That's a Courtney question. I don't remember that number right offhand. Tamika may have it.
Yeah,
but
that's
that,
what,
but that's in there. Debt service is in the budget.
right.
Yeah, it was interest only. Your debt will only continue to go up, especially on the utility side. And we will be able, we made a basic commitment for 5 year on our connection fees. So we are starting to run up against that clock. In a year or so, we'll be able to be back where you could, change those,
Numbers again.
not connection, what do they call that? Availability fees.
Availability fees. All right, could you, just out of curiosity for us, I know I'm not gonna put you on the spot here, but could you get what the mandated costs are for the county? In other words, that we don't have a choice in funding to us? What it's costing for us, like the mandated 5%, like all the mandated stuff, what is the total cost that it's costing us for these mandates?
Other than the schools, I gave you that last week, so I can give you that again.
Okay, thank you.
It's the public safety on the sheriff's side.
Yeah,
It's
I'm just
constitutional officer.
curious.
Yeah, I can give you that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Forehand?
No, I'm just amazed at wondering, Mr. Kelly, I know we went 5 years on the last assessment. And your expertise, would it be more advantageous for us to do it every 2 or 3?
I don't know that it would be advantageous during that time frame because house prices weren't really increasing in value on a tremendous. It's only been in this last 2 years that we really saw a super uptick in value. I think for a county this size, 4 is not horrible in what the cost to get a contractor and actually perform the. But if you were to continue in the market that 20 was, yeah, then maybe every 2 years is something you would have to look at. But the budget's not being driven by the reassessment. The expense side is just by continued growth in operational pressures from multiple departments. And we have, since I've been here, we went up 4 pennies when I first got here in 2012. We went up 11 cents with the high school Madison borrowing and $6 million borrowing for the public safety radio system. We went down a penny after reassessment because the numbers in the reassessment was late, and turned around and put that penny back in. That is all we've lived off of for nine years. And costs, employees, think of the additional fire and rescue that we didn't hire them because we were just looking to hire. They were needed, and we need more. There are more asks in this budget that I cut out in both positions in the sheriff's office and fire and rescue. There's no new positions.
it wasn't that long ago we hadn't bought a fire truck in 8 years in our fleet.
Oh, yeah,
in our
and we're
fleet.
still struggling with that with
Correct.
stuff
We still have not
that's,
caught
we're
up
not
yet
caught
on
up
that.
in the expense in the budget for repair for keeping some of these things on the road is enormous, but you can't run out and buy 2 or 3 trucks, so.
It only take a year
Mr.
to be built.
Mr. Cully, you know, my comment at our last board meeting, as we talked about different levels, operational costs are going to continue to increase. And the reality of it is that there's only so much money that's going to come from real estate and from this county. And that's just the reality. We have plenty of restrictions that sometimes prevent us from growing. And I said last week, we're going to hit that wall. And this is that wall right now. Because we're going to have to make some tough decisions about where we go from here. Because a 10% tax increase, even though we equalize, that's not the issue.
And
The issue is how much money comes out of the pocket of the taxpayer. Is it $141 a year based on an 8% tax increase? And so that's the issue that we have before us that we're going to have to talk about, and just in plain old English. The reality of it is we can say that we reduce it to 69 and we take it to 77, but the reality of it is to get the same money, we are at 69 cents based on your numbers here. To get to the number that we need to get to, you're saying 77 cents. If we put that number to today's 83 cents, regardless of, let's stop for a minute, not talk about equalization, but let's talk about the number that we are now before we do the reassessment. We would be in 90 something cents for
correct.
for the tax number.
Correct.
And it's only because of equalization that the rate goes down, but reality of it is we're pushing the envelope, and we have to make sure that everybody's clear. You're not going to get what you want. That's a promise, not a threat. It's just not going to happen. But we're going to be as diligent as possible.
And keep in mind, this is not what everybody wanted. That's all been cut. You'd be at over $1 and something or other easily if you put department request, all department requests in. So this is not department request. I'll give you that number, but
Right. I would love to see the department request number as well, because like I said, there's going to come a time that it's kind of like putting the water system in Ladysmith. We have to have the water in order to attract the continued growth, but spending that 13 million now puts a crunch on those folks who probably will never use it. But the reality of it is that's the nature of the beast that we are dealing with.
Yep.
And that's just how the budget works. So
and part of that is the decisions of the board from 25 years ago all play into, the neighborhoods that have been approved and the things that have been approved. Nobody could look in a crystal ball that long, 25 years ago, and realize that volunteerism is not something that's big in communities. It's not just this one, and to where there's all these paid firefighters now, and nobody knew what salaries were going to be, and so it's the reality of all on the ground. I mean,
I can say to you, Mr. Cully, 12 years ago, I told Mr. Thomas that we had to have paid fire first responders was going to be the number one issue, and the second issue was water. Did I not tell you that, Mr. Thomas?
And they both definitely are what we've been dealing with. It continues.
Can I one more?
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
Response to that though, those are both growth producing things.
Sure.
Water is key. But one thing, Mr. Cully, that you didn't mention again, but you just highlighted on the last thing. Our budget is, or your budget is $55 million. Can you tell us what the total was in requests?
I can, yeah, I mean, right now,
Ms. Smith is saying yes, or you can, but I mean ballparkish
it's
without a guess. It's usually,
5
you
or
know,
6 million above that. And
right.
I can and both CIPs were higher by a long, as well, school and county.
So you've already pared down
But I
everybody's request to what you think the county can handle, and then the board is going to look at it some more. So there are a lot of things that people are not going to get to start with.
correct. But
Okay.
like I said, there's a bunch of positions in requests throughout, including social services. It's not just sheriff and fire and rescue. There's other agencies all asking for positions that are not there.
Mr. Sealy?
Can you give us the total of the unfunded mandate by category? So what we have to pay on one side and what the state's gonna give us, the fraction and the percentage of what they're giving us.
I think that was kind of what I.
Yeah, I think
Because that's comp board salaries, because that's a fraction of what we have.
correct.
And then on the school side, less than half the employees are SOQ probably.
Yeah, the email I got from Mrs. Stevens was 1.7 million.
But if we
1.6
could just
million,
see
so
that
what,
so we
what
can
5%
look at.
was. So yeah, we can certainly get you all that. And remember, on the comp board, they fund 50% of those employees that are comp board funded, other than the constitutional officer, of the salary that the state sets, not the salary that's on our pay plan, which is in some cases much higher. So when we give a raise,
Right. And
Yeah.
that's what I think the point that we need to emphasize is the comp board's a set rate, they go up 5%, that's all we get. And that's in some cases less than half the employees that we have.
correct, it is. And then and less than 50% of the money for that particular, any of those particular employees. So
Because
it's
is it a
fraction.
3%? We have to give 2% for the 5% this time? The state's given us 3, and the only way to get 3 is we've got to kick in 2 to get the
Yes.
3%. So it's a match or you get
or
nothing.
you get zero, or correct.
And I think that's the other part of this is 3% of, and I know it gets sort of convoluted and complicated, but
But then we
It-
still
it-
have to pay
it
that
adds-
1%.
it adds faster to our budget than it subtracts from the state budget.
Correct.
Thank you.
Why it's done.
Thomas, you had a comment?
No, I was just saying what Mr. Sealy was saying is the 3% for schools, and then our 2% on that, plus we've got 5% on the non-SOQ people, because we're paying that whole thing, and it's kind of like the sheriff's office. We pay, or the comp board pays for half of your deputy. That's all the comp board pays for, so they'll get an increase, but the county fully funds the other half of their deputies. So that's a number where you say give the deputies a 5% raise, and you're only giving it to half of them.
Correct.
So we have to make up both of
They
those.
just
and
did
that's
that in
kinda-
December with a bonus.
Right. And we just fixed that, yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So they've just done that same math.
Thank you, Mr. Cully. I'm sure we'll be scheduling some work sessions. Appreciate it. Any other board members have any other questions? All right. You're definitely not Santa Claus. Right, you're not Santa Claus. All right. Agenda item number 2 has been removed. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Anything on the consent agenda anyone wishes to move or discuss? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
There's been a motion to accept the consent agenda. Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any days? All right, the board will take a 10-minute real time break. We'll come back at 7:38. Nope, I'm sorry, 7:38, and we'll start with public comment. We need a motion to recess. All right, we're in recess. We'll reconvene the March 9th Board of Supervisors meeting. We will move into public comment. The public comment period is for the purpose of allowing the public to speak to the board on any matter which is not scheduled for public hearing at this meeting or expected to be scheduled within the next 60 days. The public comment period should not serve as a forum for debate with the Board of Supervisors or a question and answer. Remarks shall be addressed only to the board and not to staff. Comments shall focus on matters or issues before the board or the county and not individual board members. Each speaker should clearly state his name, his or her name and voting district. There will be a 3-minute time limit. At this time, public comment is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to speak during public comment?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, once again, I think you know who I am at this point. I'm Brent Hunsinger with Friends of the Rappahannock. You will see me periodically just to update you all on things that are going on in the county and with our waterways over time. So I thank you for bearing with me. I'm here to provide you an update, first of all, to say thank you to your staff and you all for providing a letter of support for our NIFWIF INSR grant that we are applying for on behalf of something called the Rappahannock River Roundtable. This is a group of organizations. It's funded by DEQ. It is meant to on that. So trying to get the kids out in the field a little bit when they've been at home for quite a while now. We are also helping contribute $5,000 to help the Portabago Bay Community Association start building their living shoreline that they have had permitted through the VMRC. And we will continue to work to try and find them funding to build that living shoreline here as the year goes on. We are working with the town of Port Royal to keep the King Street Pier free of debris so folks, as spring comes, can start to put their canoes and kayaks in there, and so they're not getting hung up with all the logs that have come down in the floods this winter. And finally, I know we've had this conversation before regarding litter and litter abatement. We have never seen so much litter as this winter obviously has laid that very bare. But we are hearing the litter issue from the mountains to the Chesapeake Bay, and I would just like you all to know that I'm personally, as your river steward for your county, working to try and handle that situation a little bit on the roadsides and at the access points, and that I would be honored to work with your county staff and VDOT to continue to work on this issue as we go forward, with the realization that we can clean up as much litter as we want, but we will not handle the actual problem of folks throwing the litter out, and that we will be working on a litter abatement campaign, digital and in person, with that from May until September of this year. With that, I thank you very much, and I hope you all have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during public comment? Is there anyone else who would like to speak during the public comment? Going 3 times. Is there anyone who'd like to speak during public comment? Seeing and hearing none, public comment is now closed. We will move on to the public hearings. We have one for tonight. Proposed amendment of Chapter 56 of the Code of Caroline County Hunting. See you coming forward. We do have one letter from Mr. Seeley's district that I would ask him to, I'm going to ask him to read, but Mr. Pardon, public comment is now open. Mr. Pardon.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as you indicated, the purpose of the one public hearing tonight is to consider amendments to Chapter 56 of the Code of Caroline, which governs hunting in the county. I want to go over the current county ordinance just for background. The current ordinance prohibits hunting with a rifle larger than a .22 caliber, except in hunting groundhogs, coyotes, and feral hogs outside the general firearms deer season, and the use of muzzle loading rifles is permitted during the open season for the hunting and killing of deer. You have before you a proposed ordinance amendment that would enable a person to use a rifle to hunt deer during the regular hunting season with the following restrictions. Number one, the rifle has to be larger than, has to be a 23 caliber or larger. Number two, the person shall hunt only from an elevated stand at least 10 feet above the ground. Number three, the rifle may have a round in its chamber only when it is on the elevated stand. And number four, the person complies with all safety and other regulations of both this code and the Virginia Department of Wildlife Resources. I will note that, as Mr. Forehand brought up during the last discussion, under state law, permanently disabled hunters possessing a valid hunting license, hunters holding a lifetime disabled hunting license, and hunters holding a lifetime disabled veterans hunting license are exempt from any local ordinances that require hunting from an elevated platform or tree stand. In addition to what I just stated, the board will also consider the outright repeal of the existing county ordinance to allow state law to govern hunting in Caroline County in the absence of a local ordinance. So there's two possible scenarios under consideration, two alternatives. One is, again, amend the existing county ordinance and replace it with an ordinance that would allow rifles under the conditions that I just described. And the second is to repeal the existing ordinance and not replace it, therefore allowing state law to govern hunting in Caroline County. And we will accept public comment that the ad has been advertised to allow comment on either or both alternatives.
Thank you, Mr. Pardon.
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Seeley, you want? So I'm going to open the public hearing on the, I thought I did, sorry, on the proposed amendment of Chapter 56 of the Caroline Code of Caroline regarding hunting, section number 56, Chapter 56, excuse me. Mr. Seeley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I had several letters, and I thought that they had gone to Mr. Cully as well. I guess at this point, only this one did. This is from the Fulton family. I strongly support the proposed amendment to repeal Chapter 56 of the Code of Caroline, allowing rifles for hunting deer during the general firearm deer season from an elevated stand is an extremely safe proposal backed up by peer review, scientific research, and practiced successfully in most Virginia counties in the surrounding states. Accomack County on the flat eastern shore of Virginia safely allows rifles for deer hunting, as does neighboring Essex and Westmoreland counties. The heavily developed Spotsylvania and Stafford counties safely allow rifle for deer hunting as well. North Carolina, both shotgun and rifles for deer hunting, like Virginia, has a long, liberal deer season. In the 3-year period study of North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission data found that there were 60% more hunting accidents involved with shotguns than there were involving rifles. Shotguns were designed for small game and bird guns and not to kill game as large as deer. Loads designed for deer hunting, such as buckshot and rifle slugs, were developed to modify a small game weapon to hunt for large game. Rifles are an ethical choice to humanely harvest animals the size of deer. Crippling losses from buckshot may be greater than other forms of deer hunting. In East Texas, 38% of the deer were shot but not retrieved on buckshot areas, as compared to 12% on still hunted land areas. That is over 1 in 3 deer wounded using buckshot. Technical report, Hound Hunting Technical Committee, Virginia Department of Game and Fisheries was the source cited for that. The perception that shotguns are safer than rifles when deer hunting is not always the case. As found in a 2007 Pennsylvania study, do shotguns and muzzleloaders pose less risk than centerfire rifles for hunting deer? In Pennsylvania, Todd Backtow, PhD, Mountaintop Technologies, conducted in pursuit to House Resolution 61 of 2005. Backtow research concluded that when considering extreme high and moderate firing errors, 35, 10, and 5 degrees firing evolutions, shotguns using slugs and muzzleloaders are less risky than shotguns using slugs and muzzleloaders are less risky than centerfire rifles. When firing with smaller or no aim error, approximately 0 degrees firing, a shotgun using slugs proved to be riskier than the centerfire rifle due to energy retained in the large slug. Muzzleloader was also less risky than both rifle and shotgun.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley.
Thank
And
you.
And did you read the person?
Yeah, but it's finally rifle hunting is much less likely to shoot at running deer. Needed careful aim and at the vitals of an animal. Many accidents in this region occur while hunters are shooting at deer on the run. Buckshot pellets hit hunting partners. I urge Caroline Board of Supervisors set amendment for deer hunting in the county option of the Wild and Fish and Wildlife with a rifle from elevated positions.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. You did give me the name of the
Ben and Susan Fulton,
from which district?
my district, Bowling Green District.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the public hearing regarding the amendment of Chapter 56 of the Code of Virginia for hunting?
Good evening,
Good
Mr.
evening, sir.
Chairman, Board. My name is Albert Wachtmeister. I belong to Port Royal. I will not talk about Virginia hunting, which I wish you will allow this rifle hunting, but I will tell you a little bit about hunting in Sweden. And rifle has been allowed there for years and years and years, all the time. In Sweden is about the size of California. We are 10 million people living there. And there's 300,000 registered hunters. And 2019, they killed with a little bit over 351,000 game with what we call in Sweden Class 1 weapon, and that is all rifles over the caliber of .222. All right, that's fine and dandy. From 1983 to 2008, that's 25 years, 48 people died while hunting, and the cause was weapon. And that's sad, but that is a lot of game have been laid down, and I just think that it's right to let the rifle hunting be a fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meister. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public hearing? Is there anyone else who would like to speak during public hearing? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public hearing on this matter? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board wish to proceed. Board members?
Actually, I have a question for Mr. Park.
Yeah, Mr. Forehand, was your mic on?
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Parton.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Parton, you had mentioned that we had 3 choices. Is there any blending of the choices at all? Or does it need to be a full repeal?
Two
Mr.
choices.
Chair,
I mean, you could look at another ordinance, but the one choice is flat out repeal and under state law. You could look at amending the proposed ordinance and blending some other locality if there's something in there that doesn't hit. But Yes,
That would be an additional public hearing.
correct.
Okay. All right. That was my question.
Stay there, Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin. Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Martin, can you briefly explain for us what the key differences are in modifying the county ordinance versus deleting the county ordinance and following the state guidelines? Because I know there's
Mr.
differences in between the two.
Mr.
Just wanna make
Thomas,
sure.
I will admit that I know next to nothing about hunting. I'm not, it's not something that I do, but, the only explanation or difference that I can give you is what is included in the packet where it outlines, pretty substantially what would be in effect in the event that, we were under state law. Beyond that, I'd have to go back and do some research,
Thomas,
frankly.
I think from what I understand, the major difference when the one we would adopt versus state is we would have the height requirement. So we would have the elevation requirement, where if they were hunting with a rifle, they would have to be 8, 10 feet in the air. And then on state, in Spotsylvania and so forth, they can shoot the rifle. It's my understanding that the state is from the
From
ground.
the ground. That's
Right.
that's kind
That's
of what I
the
thought.
key.
I just
That
wanted
is
to
the
make
key
sure there wasn't
difference.
about the
Yeah.
difference. So thank you for that.
And there's one other thing in our regarding a chambered round, which my question will probably for law enforcement. If you're going to go, if you've wounded a deer, you need to go finish it off, which is a humane thing to do. You have to chamber your round again, not in the stand. Generally, you do that standing over the animal.
Can we make a non-substantial change that says you can't climb the stand with the round chamber? Should you be able to come down from the stand with the round chamber? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying the way that it's written right now, the rifle may only have a round in its chamber, or may have a round in its chamber only when in an elevated stand. Then it goes on and. There's a
Right. So
semicolon.
that's what I'm saying. Are you saying we should say you can come down from the stand with the round in your chamber?
I'm saying that if someone were to shoot a deer a second time, they've crippled it,
Right.
which happens. They would have to chamber another round standing over the animal.
Well,
Which would
they'd
be,
also have to eject the round they got in there for the first shot.
Correct, but they would have to put a new one in,
Yeah.
which would it would.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I was trying to make sure we were saying if you got multi rounds, whatever your weapon is, don't chamber till you get to the stand. Shoot something, it automatically loads another round in the chamber. You got to discharge that round. Come down.
It depends on your gun. You could have a bolt action.
Well, if you got a
could have
bolt
single
action, yeah,
shot,
it
you
does.
could have an auto loader. But
So
my point is,
what's the answer?
C
We could.
you would be technically be in violation of C if you were to do that. The alternative is a sidearm where you pull out your knife and do something very messy.
Unless
Still can't come down.
unless we amended that, Mr. Martin, to allow the hunter to chamber the rifle only over the carcass to eliminate the suffering of the animal.
You can make that amendment, but, I would think another public hearing would be required.
I don't think any game officer would give you an issue, but this long,
Well, I would think it would probably be somewhere that humanely relieving suffering of an animal is probably allowed. Do I think anybody should be climbing up or down out of the tree stand with a loaded rifle? No. But I think we could probably Google, somebody on staff could probably Google state humane regulations now, but certainly it sounds logical to me that it would be something that would be allowed for.
No, you're not. People have got to walk.
And I also don't think you have enough deputies if they're going to be standing out in the woods.
Right. Well, I guess probably the real question then is, what is allowed in other jurisdictions or even in the state? Could you wound an animal, and when you chamber that, you have to chamber that weapon on the on the ground in order to.
Can Scott shed any light on that?
I'm looking. Just trying to get.
What I would propose then, if you don't have the answer, is we have the choice to come back to public hearing with the amendment, or and that's probably the only solution because we don't have the answer.
I mean,
We
we
may
can't
want to
prolong
ask
it
the
unless
county,
we agree
attorney
to-
if that, something that's not really a substantive change could be made without another public hearing. I don't know whether he's prepared to answer that now, but that would be a question that we would pose.
Let's ask.
Yeah. Hi, this is everyone. This is Chris McKenzie, Sans Anderson. Let me actually do have a camera here. Yeah, I do think that is a significant enough change that republication would probably be required because there may be people out there that want to speak on that change. So yes, I think Mr. Parton's initial instinct was correct that an amendment that is of that caliber would merit another public hearing.
Mr. McKenzie, is there in the other part of the state where this is allowed, you're allowed to, well, you don't have to take a chamber on the ground.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, that's the problem. We get rid of that stuff.
I
mean, I'm personally, let's just go with the state, and if we need to amend it in a year or so, then we do it. But state, in the absence of the 10-foot elevation, that's basically the core of it right there.
Does the state ordinance require it to be from an
No.
elevated
No.
step?
We can do it from the ground.
Because my only comment to that is people I've gotten a call for who support this say
It needs to be elevated.
it should be elevated at least 8 feet for safety purposes. So, can we close the public hearing and then wait till we get an answer from the game warden, come back in 2 weeks to adopt it? Not gonna have a deer season anytime real soon.
No, but we gotta get this into regs and it's March. And we've gotta send this so that it actually makes, otherwise it doesn't count for this year. And I think
The ordinance has to
go into the, right, to publication, which comes out soon for the year. I think it's gotta be in April to be printed for the June. Yes, we've been here before. I mean, I'm willing to give it a year and just, because I had more than 50% say to me, they just like to hunt with a rifle. Elevation was irrelevant. If somebody shoots a deer and wounds it, we're gonna be right back where we're at. What happened?
You get a wound, you shouldn't shoot. And if you're all get a wound, you should have a pocket knife to be able to do what you're
Oh,
supposed
that's.
to do. I don't care if it's massive of this.
So board members, we do have a dilemma. Do we do an amendment and come back with a
I say we
second public hearing? If we call the game where we'd have to come back. Yeah, put it on. So we, the board, have to make a decision whether we're going to follow the state, repeal ours and follow the state, or and the second one, Alan, Mr. Parton, is to
You can adopt the
Adopt
ordinance
the
as
ordinance as-
presented, or you can amend it to remove the language about the only putting around in the chamber if you're in
Thank
the
you.
elevated stand.
I'm okay.
But
I don't.
So how does the board want to proceed?
I'd like to make a motion. We simply repeal.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'll make that motion.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry.
that it'll default to the state when we repeal.
Default to the state, code.
Second.
There's a second by Mr. Sealy. So there's a motion that we repeal our current Caroline County ordinance and default to the state, code for hunting. All in favor,
Discussion.
signify by saying aye.
Discussion.
Oh, discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be forced to vote no on this. Years ago when this came up, there was 6 of us that voted, and I was the only one that voted for rifle hunting. And I am still a strong proponent of rifle hunting. I just represent the largest subdivision in Caroline as of now. And I have a hunting club that backs up to my house. And I would love them to use rifles. I have no problem with that. But a rifle bullet goes a very long distance. And when someone is elevated, that bullet is going into the ground. When someone is not elevated, they are literally, that hunting club is literally right up to Lake Landor. And it's not a shotgun. And so if we were to be adopting something where it was elevated, I would be 100% behind it. I just cannot support something that's not elevated when I live near a subdivision, as does some of the other members up here, and a stray bullet, a rifle bullet goes a very long way. And I just think that we're rushing something, and we can look back in a year, but you know, it makes me extremely nervous when that bullet is not going, if you miss the deer, is not going into the ground. So that's why I'm going to vote no.
All right, I haven't called for the vote. We're in discussion, so I'll come back to voting in just a minute.
My question is, I wasn't here when this came up before. Was it 50-50? Was it everybody wanted it?
Years ago?
Yeah.
I mean, this place was full of deer hunters and dog hunters that didn't want us to do it, and the vote went 5-1 to keep with shotgun only. And that was, I mean, I just think the elevated makes it safer.
As long as you don't fall out of the tree.
Yeah, the shotgun people fall out of a tree.
Agreed.
Shotgun people fall out of a tree. I mean, that's the biggest danger in hunting that we discovered years ago. Was most of the people have maybe had one too many, and they're up in the tree stand, they fall. It's not actually from the bullets itself, but you can fall off a tree using a shotgun, a pistol, whatever.
Mr. Black, my only comment is probably that person may have had one too many. That's against the law anyway. So the issue is for the hunter who chooses to follow the rules, just like driving. Many people have been killed because the person chooses to not obey the law and creates a wreck. The question is for the hunter who wants to do and follow the law, and I have to believe that most of them will. So do we make the law to punish those who follow the law because a person doesn't follow the law? And the reality of it is, the person's not going to follow the law. Chances are they're not going to follow whether you have a rule or not.
So that's why I would be comfortable with adopting the first one here.
Adopting
not the state code, but the one that Mr. Parton put together. I'm comfortable with that right now.
So what Mr. Black is saying, if I can speak for Mr. Black, is that he's not comfortable with state code because it doesn't require elevation, that he likes the ordinance that Mr. Parton put together that requires, I think it's 8 foot, Mr. Black?
10 foot.
10 foot elevation for rifle hunting. I think that's the difference.
That's only during deer season now. Now,
right.
Outside of season,
right.
You can go and shoot the, yes.
That's only during, okay.
During deer
right.
season.
So the board has a dilemma. There's a motion and a second on the floor that we repeal and defer to, back to the state code. It's been properly moved and second. There's discussion. I'll call for the vote, and you can either vote yay, nay, and we can come back to a second motion by Mr. Black if we do so. So there's a motion and a proper second on this ordinance to repeal the Caroline County ordinance for hunting and defer to the state code. How does this board wish to proceed? All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All those vote nay. Nay.
Nay.
I'll do a roll call.
Aye.
Mr. Black,
Nay.
Aye.
and I vote nay. Mr. Paul,
Nay.
Mr. Thomas.
I move that basically that, the
Proposed amendment.
proposed amendment, the ordinance that Mr. Parton came up with, I'd like to make a motion to support that.
Black has made motion that proposed amendment that passes some of this file of I'll second. I do have a discussion. I said I'll second, but I do have discussion.
Yeah, I want
There's a second by Mr. Thomas. Discussion, Mr. Thomas. I wanted to ask Mr. Blackie. You know Spotsylvania. They have a height requirement in
They do
Spotsylvania.
not.
and
they
they
do
don't
not?
in Hanover.
They do not. In Spotsylvania.
And what?
Hanover doesn't.
Oh, they just follow the state.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Long.
My comment is, I would prefer to switch it where we try this for a year, give us time to look at the state regulations. And everyone I talked to about Mr. Parton's. And it wasn't until I got the agenda that I knew we were combining the two. So I would feel better if we could come back in a year and look at adopting the state regulations. Just Mr. Forehand said what we could do the state, we could always go back to our own next year. These days, paperwork wise, it's easier to modify what we have now and then do away with the whole thing and give people a chance to give us input on that and then look at it again next year.
I have one question, Chair. Mr. Pardon, could we make that 6 or 8 feet over 10 feet so that 10 feet is a heck of a distance up in the air to climb up and down.
You can make any change you want, Mr. Seeley.
But that
Just
wouldn't be
depends- just
substantial.
depends
We
on-
could,
That's not substantial. Ask if 6 Ask if 6 is too high.
is
Go
6
with,
good
go,
enough?
no, go with
Yep.
it. Don't compromise.
Yeah, I think a 2-foot change. I don't think that would require another public hearing again. I mean, the distinction there is the height. It's still an elevation, and I think anyone that would want to speak on the amendment with respect to the elevation would come regardless of the number in that ordinance. The chambering of the round from elevation and on the ground level to me is of a different order of change. So I do think that it would be appropriate to make an amendment from the dais on the height, within reason. I think 2 feet it would be reasonable.
Okay, so on advice of council, we said we could change the height to 8 foot as an amendment to the height restriction in terms for hunting without having another public hearing. So I think we will go back and amend your motion, Mr. Black.
Yeah, I'll amend it to 8 feet. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
So you're
I'll
saying
amend my
adopt this,
second.
Adopt Mr. Parton's.
Mr. Cullen? Mr. Thomas? You second.
That's
Game warden.
I'm game.
The discussion was whether the state code contained any guidance related to the elevation. I'm not comfortable, as I say, I really don't know much about this topic. I don't believe there's anything in there related to, in the state code related to elevation. I think it, actually, and I ran the list that's in the packet by Mr. Whiteman, who does know a thing or two about this. and he agreed that is what would be in effect in the event that the board repealed the county ordinance and went to state law. So,
Right.
but the question was whether the state specifies a height for the elevation in the state code. And again, I'm not certain of that. I don't believe so, but I don't want you to take that to the bank.
Well, so actually, then, like I said, there's a motion on the floor that we amend the ordinance, the Caroline County Chapter 56 to 8 feet, and it's been properly motioned. Mr. Thomas, did you second that motion?
I was just trying to Google quickly the thing. What I found was it said Virginia was 15 feet for the state law. Can't be right, but that was quick.
No, there's no way.
But that's what Google said. I may not have keyed in all of it.
Yeah, and I could add that we haven't conducted a review of the state code on any mandatory elevation heights. We certainly could. To the extent there is a code on it, we could make the amendment subject to controlling state code heights. So we could say that the ordinance states 8 feet, but in the event of a conflict between the ordinance and the state code on the subject of required heights of tree stands, state code would control. We could do that as a compromise.
That's a good compromise. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. So your second still in place? That we'll follow the. We'll approve the 8 foot, but if
we're
there's a
adopting the county
conflict,
ordinance with the 8-foot height requirement.
if there's a
What he
conflict,
just said based on state conflict, we will defer to the state.
we'll come back and amend.
Well,
We would have to amend or
the state, if there is a state requirement, that's what would be. It would supersede.
Yeah, there's a
The
state
state,
requirement.
right?
Our local requirement means nothing.
Right, exactly, Mr. Thomas. If there's a state code on point, the state code should control over local ordinance.
There's not
And
a
we can put.
doesn't exist.
now.
Doesn't
Now,
exist,
just
so we're fine.
remember, gentlemen, that if the state code says more than 10 feet, then we're going to have to live with that
Right.
based on.
I don't believe it does, Mr. Underwood. It just because this proposed ordinance came from. Remember that whole list of all the ordinances?
Yeah.
I think it was Hanover County this was modeled after. I mean, I didn't make this up. It was based on another locality's ordinance that the board indicated that they wanted to model possible ordinance after.
See, the reality
So we
is, do we follow the state which we just voted on, which has no other stipulations or enforcement issues?
Right.
Or do we create our own county ordinance, which then has the height requirement
Right.
that has to be regulated, modified, and how do you get down from the stand once you wounded a deer and you missed and all those sort of things? So whoever monitors that? I thought it was easy to just follow the state, but if the board wants that, if we want to have something, this will be the only thing we'll have based on the previous vote. So
Right. So we do
Okay.
have a motion to follow the code 56, chapter 56, that staff has written with the height restriction of 8 feet. Modified code. So my question, Ms. Thomas, again, do you second that 8 feet or do that motion for the 8 feet, or do you want to rescind your second?
I'm going to let the second stand because we need to have something. So we'll have something and then we'll come back and change later.
All right. So there is a motion and a proper second that we amend the.
Actually, I have one more bit of discussion. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll get back to that. That we amend the chapter 56 of Caroline County to reflect the staff's language regarding the hunting of deer with rifle with the amendment of 8-foot height restriction.
And is that subject to any controlling state law regarding the height of the stands?
You recommended that, yes, sir. So that's the amended, motion and the second, Mr. Black? Okay. All right.
But,
And
Mr.
we'll amend it
Chairman,
to say that, Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Chairman, staff has looked through, the 86, scanned the other 86 localities, and Essex County has number 86. Essex County does have an 8-foot stand requirement. So, I'm assuming it is legal since it is at least one other locality has an 8-foot stand requirement.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Mr. Park. Our current, and that's for the board as well, our current regulation 56.1 has the allowance for groundhogs, but I look at the proposed, there's no mention, just specifically hunting with rifles, a person may hunt deer, but it doesn't address the specifically added section regarding the predator hunting.
I'm
Is that
assuming that state law would apply if it's not addressed in the county code, but I would again seek the advice of the county attorney on that.
I was gonna say, can we just leave
Yeah.
that?
You can.
yeah, just add on to it. It's kind of a separate provision.
Yeah, Mr. Forehand, would you mind? I've brought up one of the controlling laws, which is Virginia Code Section 29.1-528. And this is the code section that gives the county the authority to, by ordinance, enact some of these restrictions. So, for example, subsection B states that the governing body can, by ordinance, prohibit hunting with a rifle of a caliber larger than a 22, which is what we're dealing with. And subsection 2 says, permit the hunting of groundhogs with a rifle of a caliber larger than a 22 between March 1st and August 31st. Is that what you're speaking to?
Yes. However, our current code doesn't have the dates, and also allows coyotes and hogs, and well, that's all it sets forth, with calibers larger than a 223 as well. I guess the question is, if our ordinance is mute to it, does the state code come in and allow that, or do we have to specifically allow that in our ordinance?
And to you mean allow the hunting of groundhogs, coyotes, etc.?
With calibers larger than 22, yes.
Outside of deer season.
Outside of deer season.
Yeah, I think that the ordinance that we are addressing now, which speaks, I think, generally to hunting with a 22, is that just deer season? Let me bring that up.
Correct. The thing that we've been pondering over is the hunting of deer with rifles.
Right.
And
so I think to add another exception to the caliber cap of that, we would need to have an ordinance allowing hunting of coyote with a rifle larger than a 22, and or hunting of groundhogs with a rifle larger than a 22. But I would note that the state code, again, this is section 29.1-528, seems to only authorize a local government to permit the hunting of groundhogs with a rifle larger than a caliber 22 rimfire between that March 1st and August 31st date.
Okay.
So
but coyotes are typically,
this wouldn't apply. This would only apply during deer season.
Right.
This would not apply outside.
But what he's saying is, I think what Mr. Forehand is saying is we need to keep our groundhogs,
Yes, absolutely.
coyotes, and wild boar
Right.
with rifles outside of deer season.
but they're using the same numbers, and
Right.
my fear was we adopt this
And we eliminate the other.
and the other language disappears,
Right.
which was necessary to keep, I guess.
And I think it's easy to keep. It's already there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, if we're in addition to, that's fine. I just didn't want to do a wholesale replace and then that section
Correct.
go away. If that makes
Yeah.
sense.
There is, and it's the same ordinance as before Essex, right? The Essex County
season
ordinance does
Should.
have
There's a
a
fox season.
separate section related to groundhogs, coyotes, bears, bobcats, feral hogs, and beavers. So it seems you would need to add it into our ordinance, and I think we're back to that. Probably is a substantive change.
Well, it's already in our ordinance.
It's already
I
in
don't
our
know.
ordinance. So you just
Chris
adopt
would
this
have
for
to,
We're
deer
just
season.
adopting deer hunting.
This is just adopted for deer season, and then we just keep the rest of it.
What's that? Mr. McKenzie, the question is, do we need to then amend the ordinance that we're talking about adopting to
oh yeah,
have the same language that's in the 56-1 now? Part A.
I think to understand, to understand the question, we can limit the changes. Obviously, we couldn't add any new language right now relating to these subjects because that hasn't been noticed. We can. I think maybe what we need to do here is ensure that this amendment is limited to adding language addressing this deer hunting from a stand exception to the caliber cap that otherwise exists. And I think you could expressly state that you are not eliminating or amending any existing language relating to the hunting of groundhogs, coyote, or other animals that it currently exists in the ordinance.
Mr. McKenzie, the question is then, can we add this to the motion that's already been presented, the section A1 to the motion that's been voted on, that was just made, that was just made in second. So can we add that?
I think I need to look at, let me bring up the ordinance, this section. I think we need to know what was put before, what is put before, let me rephrase this. What was advertised to be before the board tonight? If the advertisement stated we are going to replace the entire ordinance, throw out all the other language and have only this language, then that's the only thing we can vote on. If on the other, we need to look at the advertisement. We need to look at the existing language, and maybe Mr. Parton can add to that as to what was advertised.
We don't have that with us right now, but we tend to believe that it was a repeal and replace. So it was a new replacement ordinance and or an advertisement to just completely repeal and go with state law. So it's not an amendment to the existing ordinance, which means the language that's in front of you at your table that doesn't have what you want in it is not currently there in what was advertised.
Mr. Cully, thank you. So I think what I would say to the board is that clearly there's more discussion about the writing of this code, that we need to postpone this until we can get the language correct, and so that everybody's on the same page. And then we'll just have to wait. If we miss the date, then we'll miss it. But clearly we don't have clarification on what's necessary. That concerns me. We do have another meeting this month.
Yeah, but it had to be advertised. You can never get the ad run.
All right, don't have.
No, it doesn't have that. It doesn't. We do not have that coyote feral stuff. We need to adopt what's currently number 86 as one of the options. We adopted a different one for y'all to look at.
Right.
You need this one. It's 86. It's what Essex has. It should be unlawful for any person to hunt in the county with a rifle or pistol caliber higher than .22, except from the provided hereafter. 8 feet off the ground on an elevated platform. Turkey shall not be hunted with a rifle greater than 22. Muzzle loaders may be used during the prescribed open season. And rifles with caliber larger than 22 rimfire may be used for hunting of groundhogs, coyotes, bears, bobcats, feral hogs, and beavers during the respective season permitted by state law, permitted under state law for the control of destructive animals. That's the section and all the word you need. So I think that's the one you're hearing that you want.
Right. So I think the issue first we need to clear up is Mr. Black has put a motion on the floor, Mr. Thomas seconded. We need to get that out of the way first, and then come back to what it is that way we stay in order, proper order.
Yeah, Mr. Underwood, if I could just add, just before you vote on anything, I just want to make sure it's clear because Mr. Cully has made a very good point, and I've brought up the county code, the current county code, and I've looked at what's in your packet, and this entire section, chapter 56 in the county code entitled hunting, has two subsections, 56-1 and 56-2. 56-1 is hunting, discharge of firearms exceptions. 56-2 is violations and penalties. So what's been advertised is a complete rewrite of chapter 56. And as part of that complete rewrite, the existing language that I think Mr. Floorhand was looking at, which is subsection A1, talks about hunting of groundhogs, coyotes, feral hogs. That's been deleted and is replaced with the language that's in your packet that addresses hunting from stands and the like. So just to be clear, what is before you tonight that's motioned, the adoption of this new language would remove that old language that's in the code now. So I shouldn't call it old language. It would remove the current language in the code, provide an exception for the hunting of groundhogs, coyotes, feral hogs.
In that case, yeah, Mr. Chairman, in that case, I'll withdraw the motion.
All right. So what we'll do, I will ask staff to go back and bring back to us the motion, a recommendation with the language based on board comment. Okay?
Which should be number 86 that I read that Essex had.
All right.
Under the current state guidelines. It's option 86. We had given you all those list of all those options before.
Will we be able to get this in time if we do 86?
You have to run an ad. That becomes a Pam.
I'm talking about get it in for the next hunting season, this coming hunting season.
Have to call. I'm not sure exactly when. My recollection is similar to what Mr. Seeley said. You've got to get it in April, maybe.
I'm looking at that same section. I was looking at the Dillon rule section that gives you authority to regulate this caliber issue by ordinance. And subsection C, again, I'm doing this on the fly, but looks like no such ordinance shall be enforceable unless the governing body notifies the director by registered mail prior to May 1 of the year in which the ordinance is to take effect. So we may have until May 1.
Okay.
And I might add that if we are going back to make amendments, maybe we should ask the board whether you want us to address this issue of using the rifle on the ground with respect to an injured animal, injured deer. If we are going back to make amendments.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that, like someone suggested, that may already be addressed in the regulation somewhere, but I guess it's a mystery at this point. Since we're going to delay it, I think we ought to run that to ground.
All right. Hold on, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, since we want to make sure you have something in time for hunting season coming, do we want to go with the state now and then have something we know for sure? Or you want to just wait totally?
No, we still have April to get it in.
Well, he said May. We may have until May. Not we do have until May.
Yeah.
Chris,
I'm sorry.
You used the word May, not the calendar month, but as in the ability or permission to. Is that
I use both. Yes.
is that a
Yeah.
definite?
Uh,
We definitely have to have it in before May 1st, or we can
I,
have
I
it before May 1st.
the reason I said May is that it's just I have not done a complete review of this, but looking at section 29.1-528, which I do believe is the state code section authorizing this type of ordinance. It states that May 1st is the deadline, but I'm hesitant to make a categorical statement on timing, having done such limited research on the issue.
All right, thank you, Mr. McKenzie. We'll right now, I'm not gonna say assume. We will defer to what Mr. McKenzie said, and he said maybe May 1st, and we'll go from there. Mr. Black has already withdrawn his motion. Therefore, I'd ask staff to come back with as Mr. Cullen said, option 86, which is from Essex, that we have something similar to that ordinance where we can take a look at that and advertise and revote on that.
Do you want to have a first reading on that, or you want to go immediately to public hearing? And
Yeah, I don't think we need public hearing. I think we should go to reading because we've had. I mean,
yeah, the other way
right,
around.
other way around, right?
So one more point of clarification. So the ordinance that we're talking about says that turkey shall not be hunted with a rifle greater than 22 caliber. Is that a problem?
Right, you shoot a turkey with a 308.
You don't shoot a turkey in the body, you shoot it in the head. So we don't break a tooth.
But again, the question is, do we leave the language? Not what ship. The question is, do we use the same language that's there?
I just want to make sure. I don't want to come back
Just
with
asking
that.
for guidance. And I would assume we would leave it the same.
Can you shoot a bear for deer? Yeah. During big game speed, doesn't say.
Get into.
I know. I mean, the problem is they levy this against the localities to do this, and then they only put part of it. Does it say anything about bear from a deer stand?
Ms. Seeley, where do you measure? Gun barrel or your feet?
I don't know.
Me either.
3 feet. So make sure he's at the guns at over 8 feet.
Can you stand in the back of your pickup truck if you got a elevated truck?
I think it does say elevated stand of 8 feet. 8 feet up. But bear is the other question since we're going to look.
Mr. Parton, I would again suggest that. I think we're. Yeah.
I'm hoping.
I think we're beat. I think we're.
We're
Let's go ahead and dead horse. Let's go ahead and continue this at next meeting with.
Right. I mean, we can send out a draft ordinance, or maybe not to that level of formality, but just give some bullet points on the wording and send it out to the board and see if there are any concerns with that prior to advertising the public hearing.
What's our time on the public hearing?
Well, if you advertise this for 2 weeks, the first meeting we could actually do this at is the first meeting in April.
Correct.
So we're saying basically 86 in the code. Oh yeah, we'd have to advertise it, but you could almost advertise it verbatim 86, right?
Mr. Parton, what I would recommend is that we review the ethics code number 86. Take a look at that. Determine if in fact it meets the needs that we're trying to put in place here based on what you've done so far. The missing component of A1. send it to this board to take a look. Hopefully we can get it advertised and can address it at our April meeting to the public, and then have it addressed at the April meeting.
Can
That
we
would be my
ask,
recommendation.
yeah, can we ask the game warden some of these questions? I mean, they're pretty simple. Would be, I mean, I would just, the question is, what do you do if you wound a deer? Can you shoot a bear? Where's the height measured from? I think those three questions pretty much sum up.
From the ground up.
But from your seat, your feet, or the
No, from
gun,
the ground,
or the
from
gun
ground,
barrel.
from the ground up, elevated. So it's from the ground. I mean, we can make this as cumbersome and as difficult as possible. We can use common sense and say that it's from the ground up. I mean, that's what they're measuring from, not the back of a truck, not the back of your Hummer. It's an elevated stand. And we're talking about a tree most likely from the ground up. So, so I think we need to. We're going to move forward with this. We're going to move forward, or we're just going to get it right, leave it, and then go forward, or we're just going to debate it, and we're going to miss the date. So whatever the board's pleasure is, but I think this conversation really needs to draw to a close. Let staff do what we've asked them to do in terms of that option, which is already in the books as an adopted code for hunting in another locality. And so I don't think we'd be too far off the beaten path. Is on that?
Yes.
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Right. So I can close the public hearing.
Mr. Underwood, before you close the public hearing section, I've been emailing with some of my partners at Sands Anderson, and I understand that one of the matters on the bond issue that's the next agenda item for you was also advertised for public hearing, and the public hearing needs to be conducted on it.
Okay.
So before you move on from that, it has already been advertised. I think it was just the agenda doesn't accurately reflect that part of it. Although it is unfinished business to a certain extent, there also does need to be a public hearing. So before we move on for that, I wanted to point that out.
Thank you, sir. So on the agenda tonight, item number 5 should have been under public hearing. The adoption of the resolution authorizing the sale of bonds to finance certain capital projects. That should be under our public hearing. So we will open the public hearing. So
I think you may want to allow the presentations.
Yeah.
I just want I think it is to a certain extent unfinished business as well, but there's a matter that needs to be taken up for public hearing. So it's a bit of a hybrid.
So at this point, I'd ask staff to come up and address. We're still in public hearing, so I need to open up public hearing for this.
We can
right.
We can do the staff report first. Yeah.
So, right. So I will close the public hearing on agenda number 4, and we will have a public hearing on item number 5, right? Which is the adoption of the resolution authorizing the sale of bonds to finance certain capital projects. And I'd ask staff, so public hearing is now open, and I'd ask staff to come forward and do a presentation on item number 5, according to advice from council.
Good evening, everyone. Is it working okay? Thank you very much for your time this evening. We're just here to come back and speak with you all on the plan of finance for the lease revenue bond issuance as well as the utility revenue bond issuance for the various projects that my colleague Courtney Rogers briefed you all on at the meeting. I believe it was earlier in February. I think Courtney, are you on right now
Yep.
with us?
I'm back on. Yep. Sorry, guys. Been having some internet issues, but I'm on.
Courtney, would you like to give any introduction before I sort of dig into it?
No, I guess the big picture, as we talked a month ago, we were going to come back to you tonight with the actual projects, let you decide which project you wanted us to move forward with. We have Alex has a spreadsheet set up there where we can actually take out projects or reduce projects and show you what the resulting debt service will look like. The only other thing I'll add is we mentioned last time that we might have some refinancing possibilities. We do have 4 different older bond issues and leases that we're looking at that should the interest rates hang in there, even though rates have gone up a little bit, they still make some sense. We think we can save some money, might help offset some of the cost of issuance for the money that we're looking at here. So, but other than that, we're here really just to let you decide which projects you want to move forward with, and then Sands Anderson has the documents ready for you to approve to let us move on down the road with the financings.
Before you start, I have a question because there seems to be a mistake or a narrative missing. On your line 12,
Yes.
fire station project, $4 million.
Yes.
So the one above it's the Ladysmith station for 2.4. So what's the 4 million?
Yeah. Actually, it should be fire station projects, plural. It's actually the 2 projects. The Ladysmith VDOT match is for your road project at Ladysmith.
Say that again, Courtney, because you trailed off.
The Ladysmith project is the VDOT match for the road project.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got it.
Line item number 12 should be plural, and it's both projects together. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's 1.5 for Sparta and 2.5 for Carmel Church.
Courtney, do you want me to move into taking a look at the debt service estimates that we've put together?
Whatever the board's desire is, yes.
Okay. So yes, we've put together some estimates here for you for each of the 2 bond issues. As you can see here, we've got the 4 different projects each laid out individually. I think perhaps the more insightful chart is the one that we've put together over here on the left, which shows the cash flow impact of the additional debt service for the lease revenue bond issue, which covers all of the general government type projects, not the utility projects. But you can see here that based upon our estimates, which are run at current market rates plus 25 basis points of market cushion, the additional revenues required for the borrowing at the current project sizes is about $304,000 estimated in total, with most of that coming online in fiscal year 2022. We've done some structuring on the new money to help layer it into your debt profile a little bit more effectively, and you can see that here. We've got a couple of years of deferred principal, and that helps level that out in the first few years and minimize the cash flow impact as best as we can. But there will be a little bit of a initial revenue requirement that you all will need to come up with in recurring revenues to cover the debt service for a few years. Happy to address any questions regarding these particular projects, or if not, I can go ahead and move on to the utility side if you would like to do that.
All right, board have any question regarding this funding? Mr. Sealy?
Mr. Cully, in your presentation, you covered the 294,007. But that looks like it's just the government side, not the utility side.
Yeah, the utility side is in the utility fund.
So that wasn't a
Yeah,
combined number.
No,
Okay.
no. When we do that transfer to utility, that was up 70 some thousand. That's because that's debt services increasing, and debt services in this it's a department within the utility fund. So you have, administration, water and sewer, water delivery, sewer, this, that, and the other, and port roll utilities. All those things are the utility fund, like the general fund has all the various departments. Debt services in the utility fund.
Okay.
And that's in that Tamika has assured me is in there. Yeah, the debt, all the potential borrowing that you had authorized for utilities is in the utility fund.
So you're going to show us that number, the utility debt side now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we have a separate tab for that.
You ready to go to utility?
Yes,
All
as long as you
Any
all are.
questions?
Okay. So we'll go over here onto the next tab here, which is the utilities. We have similarly, in case anyone would like to see it, we have some details on the debt service for each of the individual projects. But I will come over here to the utility version of the table that we were looking at on the previous tab, and this shows all. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to get the right zoom here. It's a little bit of a bigger table. Is that okay? Zoom in a little more. How about that? Yes. So we've done the utility debt service. The amount that we're adding is a little bit more, sort of in the range of about 23 million in total. So we've tried. We've done some more structuring on that side as well to help layer that in as best as we can. But you'll see here that given the amount of debt that it is, you will see a bump up in the cost as reflected in the additional recurring revenues needed column there, those red numbers. The first 2 years we've done interest only structure, and that helps carry you to fiscal year 2024, at which point the principal would start being repaid and the county's debt service would slope downwards over time. And we've structured the principal repayment to get that nice sort of ski slope structure, so that over time your debt would be your debt service costs would go down over time, and in the event that there was any additional borrowing that you needed to do for utilities later on down the road, we could help layer it in there as well to minimize future cash flow impacts on that. But In terms of total additional recurring revenues that are going to be needed for the bond issue, we're looking at a little bit over, I think it's million two by the end of it. But only 600,000 of that will be 665,000 of that will be needed this fiscal year, with the bulk of the rest coming in fiscal year 2024, with debt service obviously being paid down after that as time goes on. So some of that, some of those revenues could be diverted to other purposes at that time, if necessary.
Anyone have any questions?
Can you, I do,
Yeah. Thomas?
can you say again, you're saying this fiscal year, we need 665.
Yes.
Next fiscal year, we only need 38,000.
Yes.
And then,
38 in addition to the 665 that you've already incorporated. You would have already incorporated.
wait,
Those are all legit.
not not 665 plus 38.
So in fiscal year 2023, you
Yeah.
will need
665 plus 38.
correct. That's $704,000.
Okay.
And
Yeah, total.
yes, total. And then by fiscal year 2024, you'll need 1.2 million, and then from there
1.2
you
million carries on.
yes, from there you won't need any additional revenues that we're projecting based on the cost structures that we have here.
So that number's over in the
Another way,
projected new debt service, where that number is. Those totals are.
Yes, this is the projected new debt service is the debt service that would be part of this additional bond issue. So that's where that's what's driving the cash flow impact.
Got it. Thank you.
Courtney, did you want to jump in?
I was just going to say that column Z there, the FY22 current debt service. So you've got 2.4 million in the current budget before you add anything new. So really, it's the FY21 budget debt service. And then once you add that 1.2 million over time, you'll see in that column AB gets up to 3.6 million of revenue. So that meets that column Y row 10 max debt service number that once you add all the debt service together.
Chairman? Tell you.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to step up. Yeah, anyone else who'd like to speak regarding the authorization of sales of bonds to finance the capital projects? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public comment. How does the board wish to proceed? Discussion?
If I could, I just want to make sure, Mr. Cully, these new debt service numbers are in the budget you proposed? Okay. I need somebody to say yes on the mic. But I guess that's okay. You don't have to get up, so in case you'll have to
I've been
clean
assured
again.
by finance department that those are included. We've double checked, worked with Davenport. They've been back and forth with, so I'm confident they are in. I didn't put them in myself, but I'm confident that they are in and correct.
Well, based on Ms. Smith's track record, if she says they're in, they're in. But I just wanted to make sure, from my understanding, that our budget or the budget you proposed has these numbers in, and that's not an additional fee. Okay. Good.
I would hope after the numbers I gave you earlier that it was everything in.
But that allows you to make it out of the room tonight.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Scully. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Any other board member have any other questions? Mr. Seeley?
Yeah, I've got a couple. I mean, so we're looking at in this year's budget, 695 and 665. So 1.4 in new debt service.
Yes, it's 665 on
Round numbers, 7
on
and
the
7.
utilities, and then on the general government, it's 294.
Oh, it's 290.
294. Yes, that's for fiscal year 22.
Okay, so 29. So it's 7 and 2. So it's 900, a million.
Yeah.
Just under $1 million. That's right.
So
And that,
go ahead, Courtney.
I was just going to say, and that's with 25 basis points of cushion. We've seen a pretty good run up in rates here, but it seems like that hopefully the 10-year treasury is taking a little bit of a breather here and rates are taking a pause. That's one of the reasons why we're trying to move along as quick as we can before rates climb further. So hopefully that number will come down a little bit.
Okay, that was going to be my next is where are the rates at? And because I've seen that the bond market took a run up, and I think it relaxed a little today.
We did. I don't know exactly since the last time we talked, but rates bottomed out in February, and we ran up about 45 basis points on tax exempt rates. But we actually saw a little bit of a retreat today, which is good for our bond market, tax exempt bond market, a few basis points, just a little bit. A little is good. It's better that kind of stop the bleeding, so to speak, with rates jumping up.
Where are they now?
Question is, where are, excuse me, where are the rates now?
So we're relative to several years ago, we're still really, really good, and that's the thing that I think we want to make sure everybody recognizes that while rates went up almost 50 basis points in the last month, we were at absolute historic bottom on interest rates. So we're still looking at, Alex, we're still below what, 2%, we think, on the 20-year general government bonds. Is that correct?
Correct, and then around 2.5 on the utilities.
And keep in mind the utility bonds go out 30 years, so they go out a little bit further on the yield curve, which is why the interest rates we're projecting are a little higher. So that's still relative to not that many years ago. We used 5% for interest rate assumptions for utility type bonds, so we're still half that. So that it's still a good time to be borrowing money.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from the board regarding the authorization of sale of bonds? How does the board wish to proceed?
Right. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
It's Jesse Bausch at Sands Anderson. Dan Siegel and I kind of serve with you guys for you guys as bond counsel. So there should be 2 resolutions that are with this agenda item. One of them is for the kind of general governmental piece. And so that's the resolution that is authorizing the lease revenue bonds. That piece is a deal that's going to be where we're going to go through the EDA, and it's going to use a piece of county collateral to secure it. And so that's, as Alex has identified in the presentation, that's for those general governmental projects, which is somewhere in the $10 million range, and then maybe some other refundings if we can get them in there. The second item is the item that the actual public hearing was for, which is for those water and sewer bonds, because that is a bond that is actually going to be issued by the county rather than by the EDA. And so that's covering, the second part of the presentation, which is on all these water and sewer projects. So really the action item, if the board wants to consider it tonight, is really going to be approval of both of those resolutions. And since they're both kind of for bond issues, we would ask that they be done by roll call vote if possible.
So if I hear you correctly, there are two votes that we need to take. One for the general fund, for the general government bond, and the second for the water and sewer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. In your board packet is the resolution of the Board of Supervisors regarding the utility revenue bond financing that we'll need to vote on, as well as the funding for the general government, funding. Excuse me, the water and sewer and the general government funding. So would the board like to proceed? Is there a motion that we approve the resolution for the water and sewer utilities?
So moved, and it's got to be done.
Second by Mr. Forehand. Discussion? Question by Mr. Thomas.
I guess it's for you or the bond council, but we have an opportunity at any point in time to say no until we actually accept the money?
Yes,
Or this is this is the final commitment here.
These resolutions set the parameters for the issue, which would be the maximum principal amount, which what we've drafted is to encompass all the projects that are shown in the presentation. Sets a maximum interest rate, which is not to exceed, I think, 4 or 5%, which is well outside the range of what I think we would ever be near hitting.
That's right.
And a maximum term, which is on the utility side up to 30 years, and the other side maybe 20 years. I'd have to check the resolution to be sure, but it should be in there. And then what that is setting is authorizes county administrator to go forth and with Davenport and with us go out there in the public bond market and try to get these bonds sold. And so the county has no obligation until they have basically kind of advertised those bonds for sale in the public markets and gotten bids back. And on the day that those bids come back, then the county, along with Davenport and us, we look at that and say, like, does this fit in with what we think is acceptable? And assuming it does, then we're locked in on that date that we price those bonds. So once that day happens, then the county is basically obligated. I mean, there's a time to get the closing and just kind of doing my part of the work, which is just getting all the documents done and plugging in the numbers and things like that, and getting closed and then kind of getting the money. But it's really that when we price the bonds, then the county is effectively obligated, barring any, there can be, kind of catastrophes and other things that might occur between when we price and when we close, that might, that are very outside the realm of what would ever happen.
So is that like 2 weeks, a month?
And I think Jesse.
Right.
I think the real question is.
So let me answer.
Go ahead.
Yep, I know the real question. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think what the real question is, we're going to be talking to the rate agencies next week, on the 17th, and then we're going to get the rating back the following week. We're scheduled to sell bonds the last week of March. The day that we sell the bonds is really the drop dead date. So you have one more meeting before then where I guess you could give. Yep, that's what I think what you're looking for.
Courtney, we know each other too well. Thank you. That's exactly what
It'd be nice. Yeah. Yes, sir. And I think what we should be, I think Alex can correct me. Your meeting is on the 23rd. Is that correct?
Yes.
We're supposed to get the rating back the next day. So we will be mailing, as Jesse was alluding to, the offering document, the preliminary official statement that we use to market the bonds. We'd like to have that final number on that document. We're scheduled to mail that on the 24th.
Did you get a second? I'll second it.
Mr. Forehand, second, I believe.
All the question?
He wants it.
Roll call.
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Ms. Long?
Aye.
And Mr. Thomas?
Aye.
Yep.
I'll make a motion on the resolution for the Board of Supervisors for the EDA lease revenue bond financing for the county borrowing.
Second.
There's a motion and proper second to approve the funding of EDA for
county government. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Forehand?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Aye.
Mr. Sealy?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Ms. Long?
Aye.
Mr. Thomas?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Resolution is passed. Now, that was under, since that was under new business and unfinished, we need to close. Move on for public hearing. We're good. We did. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Under unfinished business, item number 6, consideration of public auction of sale of frog level volunteer rescue squad property. Mr.
I'll take this from Mr. Parton as best I can. We have issued two different, Alan, he drafted a request for proposals for a real estate agent to, or firm to take on the sale of frog level. You know, we don't invent the wheel. We looked at what other counties had put on the street and put one of those out, and we didn't get any takers. So then we decided maybe we had too many parameters, and so we softened our request, rewrote it, tried to simplify it, and we still didn't get anybody interested. So we've been trying now since you authorized the sale of it by a real estate agent. And I was trying to move it along, seeing how it's not going anywhere. And would you be interested in us seeing if we could find an auctioneer to try to auction the property? They would have a vested interest in bringing people to this. That's how they make their money, is to advertise people to come to bid on it. And so maybe auction the property may be something that the board would consider. The only other option is seal bid, but then you got to do your own sort of county, you have to do your own advertising to kind of get those sealed bids. But we're not really having any luck with the local real estate firms wanting to do anything. So I would recommend that, see if we could hire an auctioneer.
Can I get a recommendation or a motion from the board that we go ahead and let staff seek an auctioneer to auction off this property, so we haven't had any luck with finding a real estate person?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we allow staff to go to find sale of frog level rescue squad via public auction.
There's a motion and proper second that we allow staff to begin finding an auctioneer to auction the frog level, frog level volunteer rescue squad property. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any other question, Mr. Cully, about that? You guys are good? Thank you. All right, under new business, item number 7, proposed waiver of penalties of water and wastewater customers for a duration of COVID-19 pandemic state of emergency. Mr. Shebel.
Mr. Chairman, can we accept the motion to approve this? It's not something we would have a normal budget impact anyhow. We don't plan for late fees, and it is a COVID response item, so we're trying to help folks out.
Right. Mr. Thomas has made a request that we could just approve this item.
Request and a motion.
Request. There's a request and a motion that we go ahead and approve the emergency pandemic state of emergency waiver of penalties for water and wastewater customers.
And like most emergency ordinances, it goes away in 60 days if we don't renew it or make a change. So
Right.
we're basically giving them 60 days.
Second.
Great presentation, Mr. Chief.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
If I may, if you would indulge me for just a minute and a half, I'd like to at least tell you what we've done for the response so far, since there was some bad publicity in the paper and online, and just kind of give you an overview of what we did for the pandemic as part of this relief.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The Caroline County, I think, has done a remarkable job in managing our response to the water and sewer utility customers with delinquent accounts over the COVID-19 pandemic.
In November of 2020, we applied for funds through the COVID-19 Municipal Relief Fund, where we were awarded $25,798.13. Staff began crafting the attestation forms and payment applications. In December of 2020, the Board of Supervisors approved an emergency ordinance to waive and reimburse penalties from March 1 through January 31st on all water and sewer utility customers. That totaled $43,196.42. On December 18th of 2020, we mailed out 334 letters to all of the accounts that were 30, 60, and 90 days delinquent. And in that was a letter and the application and the attestation form. On January of 2021, the Board of Supervisors adopted an ordinance to exercise the exemption of the utility disconnection moratorium outlined by the Virginia General Assembly during their special exception. By January 14th, of the 334 customers that the letters went out to, 214 had either contacted us or paid their account down to a current balance only. On January 14th and 15th, there were remaining 120 customers. We called each of them and emailed them, provided that the information we had on file was good, to let them know that there was funds available. In addition, Dawn customers received door hangers that included the letter and application. On February 1st, we sent out 199 cutoff letters to customers. Normally, we run about 120 before the pandemic. By utilizing the cutoffs, it has helped us to leverage all of the municipal utility relief funds and has allowed us to make sure that any delinquent accounts that could have been applied did indeed get applied. This also gave us the opportunity to work out flexible payment plans with our customers as it was necessary for them, for the delinquent amounts did not become overwhelming. On February 23rd, there were 39 customers that were cut off. Staff scheduled to work till 6:30 in the evening to make sure that anyone that might have come home and found their water off, that we could work with them. And all except for 3 customers were turned back on. Those 3 customers, 2 of them had no usage and have not contacted us to date. And the other one, we found out that the resident was deceased and nobody was there. So in summary, 953 customers received a refund for penalties. 90 customers received COVID-19 funds. 100% of the customers that called us and needed assistance were helped. 0 payment plans were necessary because the penalties reimbursed and the COVID funds covered all of the delinquent amounts up to current. 100% of the COVID funds have now been expended, and we received from county utility customers absolutely no complaints about the process and what we did, and actually had people thanking us for calling them. Oh yeah, I got that email, and we were able to use all those funds. So I think we've done a great job and didn't receive any complaints. Thank you.
Thank you. Board have any question or comment?
Great job, Mr. Shebel.
But thanks to all your staff.
Item number 8, presentation of department goals for 2021. Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the chair asked that each department head develop 2 goals for the 21 calendar year, along with what those budget impacts might be. So each department's here tonight, either by Zoom or in person, to go over their specific goals with you. And so if you want, we can start with the Zoom people, just in case some sort of technology glitch and they disappear on us. So Mr. Wilson, are you out there? And if you are, you can start. And then when you're finished, then we can move to Megan Upshaw from the library.
Yeah, there we go. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Can you hear me? Very good. Thank you for the opportunity to present our goals for this evening. Our first goal is to recruit industry to an existing site that the department has assisted to bring to a state of readiness for sale. Business recruitment is the principal focus of the department. This is why so much effort has been made in the past to bring privately owned real estate into the marketplace ready for sale. raw land, and even properly zoned land that fails to meet standards now expected by businesses will be rejected in a competitive site recruitment process if not completely studied and delineated. If the county does not control, as the county rather, does not control any property, working with landowners is the only path to recruit industry for the county. Site owners that have responded to the department's advice for site studies have become far more competitive than sites that have not made sufficient effort to be ready for market. There is no budget impact anticipated beyond what has already been approved by the Board of Supervisors for the department's current budget. Marketing materials are crafted in-house, direct marketing is conducted in-house, and there is advertising budget in place. These materials and marketing approaches have been well received by site selectors and the VEDP staff, our partners in the state that we work with. Our second goal is to place real estate under option that can be turned into a viable site for business recruitment within the 2021 calendar year. This is especially important as few sites in the county are properly zoned and ready for recruitment, thus placing Caroline at a significant competitive disadvantage. By controlling a site, being able to assure an investor of adequate decision data, and to be able to maintain a cap on the land price, the county will elevate its competitive position to recruit new industry. Unfortunately, on numerous occasions, landowners have underinvested in their sites and have increased their prices per acre during a recruitment, undermining the county's marketing effort and alienating the business considering Caroline for investment. This goal further reinforces the first primary goal, which is above, to recruit new industry. The department projects that it can fulfill this goal with its existing budget also.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Board have any questions regarding planning department, excuse me, economic development, two goals?
Chair, I don't have any questions. I just want to thank Mr. Wilson for having a focused target on project he wants to do and for doing it within his existing budget.
Mr. Sealy?
You know, I think that a lot of times in business recruitment, not everybody sees the reality of when you think you've got a price on a piece of property, you take a client there, and then suddenly the property's twice as expensive as before advertised. And I know that has collapsed more than one deal here. So having this, yeah, having a property that we had control of the price and a cap on it so that we could actually develop it would be a huge asset. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Black?
Mr. Wilson, one of the things, and this is just a very, I'm hearing from my constituents, I'm sure Mr. Forehand is the same thing in the western part of the Caroline, is if there's anything we can do to recruit, for example, like a grocery store, if we can do anything like that, I think that would be really helpful. I think people are looking for that, and I know the grocery business is highly competitive. But at the pace we're building houses and so forth, if that's something that we could, a lot of citizens have come to me and said they would like to see some competition. So another grocery store to go to in the Ladysmith area besides the current one. Thank you.
Indeed, sir. We actually do reach out to a lot of retail and have done so in the past. The big challenge, as you well point out, is that we simply lack a number of rooftops and citizens that make this feasible for a number of retailers. In 1 year, for example, we contacted 60 retail companies directly, and we could tell them nothing that they did not already know. They are meticulous in their research, and communities are always looking for a new venue to sell. With the housing that you've approved, we are in much better shape in the coming year or two to start recruiting more retail than we were in the past. That's a critical item. There's a lot of inside baseball and details that go into this, but more rooftops is the right start. That's to get those things.
You know, we're at. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Black. Thank you. Any other questions by board members for Mr. Wilson? Schedule that meeting we got. schedule that meeting.
Sure, we
Thank
will.
you. Can't you hear?
Oh, I can hear
Yeah.
you now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm here to present the library's 2 budget priorities for the next fiscal year. Our first priority is increasing our electronic collections. As you may have guessed, this year has been really rough on physical circulation of our library materials. We were closed totally for 3 months last calendar year. So we are hoping to meet our patrons where they are by increasing ebooks, downloadable audiobooks, and other electronic databases next year. We've requested a $7,000 increase to our books and subscriptions line item in the budget, which would, the total for that line item would equal $25,000 for the year. Our second budget priority is creating new programming methods and continuing on with our successful programs that we've instituted this year. We've put together a lot of to-go kits with funds provided by the NAACP, and they have gone out really well. So we want to continue those, but there are some increases in the cost to us, bags mostly, to put all these kits together. We're also looking at introducing some outside programming, and that may have some additional costs. So the budget impact for that, we've requested an additional $400 to our programming line item, and the total would be $1,200 for the fiscal year.
Thank you, Ms. Upshaw. Any questions from the board regarding the goals for the library budget? Request or concern?
Ms. Upshaw, on the first request, the $7,000 on books and subscriptions, is this for people to bring in their Kindles or their whatever project they use, be it a phone or whatever, and you download these, or do you all provide something where they come and pick it up and return it?
This would be on their own devices. So a Kindle, the Libby app is a great resource for these. So it can be on their smartphone, doesn't require any additional technology, but they can also download it onto any computer. You could use it on your desktop at work or at home. So,
but it would not be able to reach our citizens and our seniors that are our students that don't have internet.
No, but that's one of the reasons we're asking for an increase, because we would like to still continue purchasing physical materials for those patrons.
Okay, so the $7,000 is just not for electronic material, but also for your regular book replacement and book purchases?
The $25,000 total would be for both. The $7,000 is for just electronic materials.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Board have any?
I just had a quick question.
Forehand.
Are all the libraries still closed?
Curbside right now. The Port Royal Library is totally closed because we don't have a good way to do curbside there, but the other branches are doing curbside Monday through Friday.
Okay, I drove by the Dawn Library the other day, and it has a large sign out front that says "Closed to the public."
We have that on this building,
And
I think.
I wouldn't get the impression that it was curbside. I would get the impression that there's a lock on the front door with that type of sign.
Yeah, we'll work on some work, but we're working toward a reopening plan, but we're trying to get this vaccination in the 2-week period after that. So,
but
so we will be getting.
Is
open.
it curbside or is it closed?
I thought it was curbside everywhere but Port Royal.
Okay. Ms.
I will
Upshaw,
talk to the. Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
I just, I drove by it and I scratched my head. I'm like, I thought you were curbside, but I wouldn't get that from the sign that's out front. It's very prominently displayed as if.
Sign Dawn? Ms.
Yes, sir.
Upshaw?
Yes, curbside is available at dawn. I will talk to the branch manager and get that sign changed
Okay.
first thing tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board regarding the library? All right, technology.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's an honor to address you and kind of bring you up to speed on our goals for the next year. We continue to respond to different threats of all types to the data on the county network. So for this reason, the number one goal would be to purchase and install another backup device in a diverse location that would allow us to have multiple backups should one fail or be compromised. The cost of this is just estimated at about $20,000. Also, the number two goal has been for quite some time and continues to be the installation of a piece of fiber that would connect the Dawn Library to the Frog Level Fire Department. That is a priority because the Frog Level Fire Department is actually the backup EOC. So should there be an emergency, emergency operations will be moved to that location possibly. And at this time, there's very little internet available to that building. It's available through a Wi-Fi device at a cost to the county. The estimated cost of the installation and conduit that would connect those two locations would be approximately $65,000. Other than that, we'll continue to respond to threats as they arise, and we're taking a proactive and aggressive response to try to protect the data that the county houses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Board have any questions? Mr. Shebel, utilities? Yeah.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Public Utilities has two goals. One is the Ladysmith service area sewer improvements that you just have recently approved the funding for. This project would upgrade the South River Pump Station and Force Main to provide 4,000 equivalent residential connections to the Ladysmith area. The receiving downstream gravity sewer interceptor would also be upgraded to a 12-inch to 24-inch interceptor along I-95, and from the discharge point of Pendleton subdivision along I-95 through the VDOT pump station all the way to the wastewater treatment plant would be upgraded to a 30-inch interceptor. The pump station at VDOT would be eliminated, saving some cost. So the funding in the amount of $20,953,000 has been requested as part of the lease revenue bonds. The second goal for the department is the well development in the Carmel Church Ladysmith service area. So we've currently have drilled one well at Pendleton, and we'll be working towards getting that the engineering on that. So additional water supply continues to be a high priority in the department. Our well system development is still the most cost-effective solution, will continue to be our short-term solution. We have drilled one new well in Pendleton that provides 200 gallons per minute. This well will support 960 new ERCs, equivalent residential connections. We plan to drill up to 4 new wells to provide us with water quality and quantity reports. This would allow us to prepare for future needs by knowing what we have to provide for the additional resources to be able to develop the plans to be able to bring those online. So funding in the amount of $400,000 has been requested and was also included in the lease revenue bond sale. You would like me to do public works goals as well while I'm here?
You might as well.
All right. So the Department of Public Works, we have the two goals. The first one is a Ladysmith convenience site relocation and construction. The Board of Supervisors has previously approved the ranking of the sites, and we have been working on securing the property. So that is a proposed 10-acre property that would allow us to construct not only the convenience site, but also a future transfer station, as well as a brush disposal to the eastern side or the western side of Caroline County. So this is to construct that new site to provide additional function and flow of operations, queuing space to limit backup and meet other disposal and recycling needs, lower the roll-off containers and the compactors to 3-foot elevation to provide ease of dumping. This new site would include the following: 4 solid waste compactors, 2 recycling compactors, 2 metal roll-off containers, 1 for tires, and 2 for construction debris. We'd also continue with clothes recycling, cooking oil recycling, motor oil, antifreeze, paint, battery recycling, secondhand goods, and brush disposal. Again, funding in the amount of $2.5 million has been requested and was also part of the lease revenue bonds. And the final goal that we have is the construction of the Carmel Church Fire Station. This construction of the new fire station will be at Carmel Church off of Carmel Church Loop Road on Crawford property to meet fire and rescue and future economic and development needs. Funding in the amount of $2.5 million has also been requested in the proposed lease revenue bonds that the board hopefully will approve. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sheba. Board have any questions regarding Public Works? Oh, Mr. Black?
Mr. Shebel, how are you? I'm doing good, sir. Thank you for asking. Mr. Shebel, I have just one pet peeve, and I think you guys do a great job. And my concern is, and we've talked about this a couple of years ago, is the litter issue. And I know we have 3 workers that are working diligently. I get that, but remember we had talked about some of the programs that we were to be rolling out, so forth. And I know it's maybe been closed because of coronavirus. We have signs. I mean, when we do the trash pickup on Ladysmith Road, I still see a sign that says County Line Church, which they haven't picked up a litter in probably 8 years, I would imagine. So anything that we can do to combat that problem, because I think in just driving the county roads, it's just not getting better. And I know there's an enforcement part of that too. I get it. But any program that because several years ago you came to us and you had all these great ideas on what we could do. I mean, Trash for Cash, I understand the schools haven't been in, but I would really like to see that that program in Public Works thrive. I mean, it's not just the 3 people picking up trash, but recruiting new, adopt a highway programs and getting rid of the old ones, making those phone calls to those organizations so that way they can supplement what you do. I mean, and actually probably take the lead on a lot of it would be a huge help, because there are areas in this county that just they just don't look good, and it's in Spotsylvania too, because I drive the back roads to Spotsylvania, and it's a shame. It really is, and I mean, sometimes it feels like we're fighting a losing battle. And I talked to the gentleman here from the Rappahannock River, and you go out on the boats, and it just seems to be getting worse there too. But I guess that's my big pet peeve, and I would really like to see that kind of thrive. And Yes, sir. take I that agree. by the horns. So just to give you kind of an update of where we're at on litter recycling, we have been trying to work with the state to get access into the Adopt a Highway programming. I've been on the phone several times and emails with Kyle Bates trying to get that information. Their IT department worked with our IT department quite a bit, and now they're saying we can't access that system. We had them manually forward us the list of everybody that's on there. We've created our own database now that we put everything in. We mailed out letters on Friday letting them know about the exciting news that the county's, and now involved in Adopt the Highway. Please contact us so that we can update our information, and we've encouraged them to do a pickup. We're hoping in April, if we don't hear from anyone, whoever we do not hear from, we will then send a second letter out that we have not heard from you. Your Adopt a Highway program, you haven't done a trash pickup in XYZ. Please contact us, or we'll be removing your name from the adopted area. So that'll go out in April. So once that's done, then we can put a work order into VDOT to have them remove the signs that aren't there. Okay. So now that we've got that database kind of set up and we're plugging in all that information, then we're going to also start pursuing new adoptees and start working towards that. Yeah, and any like, yeah.
Due respect. I think what we should do is let them come and give us a report.
Okay. Yeah.
Put them on the agenda, because I
Right.
wanted to go through these goals
Right.
so the board could hear, and I think we're not where I want it to be. I do agree that it's an issue
Right.
that we need to discuss, but if we need to have them report what they're doing with the program from
Okay.
Public Works,
That's fine.
I think we should have them come before us.
Thank you, Mr. Shreve.
Don't mean
Yes,
to
sir. Thank you.
stop you, but thank you, Mr. Chief.
Thank you.
Finance Department.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for the privilege to stand before you to present and discuss the Finance Department goals for 2021. Our first goal is to create more strategic budgeting and planning measurements. It is our desire to create and monitor not only the overall county's budget, but a variety of departmental budgets, their needs, and on a more comprehensive level, similar to how the capital improvement program budget is handled. This would entail reviewing the needs of each department for a longer term duration, analyzing salaries and departmental personnel needs, and estimating and forecasting on a more accurate level with the debt model. Sound financial planning considers every aspect of the county's operations and the impact it has financially. So, not necessarily a how are we doing quarterly or at the end of the fiscal year, but in if we do this or operate at this capacity, will we be able to continue at these rates 5 to 10 years down the road? While it is a requirement of the Government Finance Officers Association's budgeting award to have the budget framed for 5 years, it would be our goal to initially construct a 2-year biennial budget and then branch out from there. This will require an additional employee in the finance department serving as a budget analyst, financial analyst, mid-level accounting capacity. The cost with benefits would be around $65,000. And with this person, we will be readily prepared to compile a 5-year budget and apply for the GFOA Distinguished Budget Award. Our second goal is to compile a more transparent and detailed comprehensive annual financial report. The county has never received the Certificate of Achievement in Financial Reporting Program, and it is my goal or priority to be able to submit the CAFR for this award this year. Local governments have been encouraged to go beyond the minimum requirements of generally accepted accounting principles and prepare a CAFR to evidence the spirit of transparency and full disclosure since 1945. I would be honored to be able to be the recipient of this award for our locality. I really don't forecast the cost in dollars for this priority. However, it would be my duty to ask for a small increase for my team for the hard work and dedication this would require from them. Therefore, if I had to put a price tag on this, it would be $10,000 to include benefits and completion of classes. There are classes that are offered by the VGFOA to assist in preparing them for this task. Again, thank you for your time and attentiveness to the priorities and goals of the Finance Department.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Any questions from the board for the Finance Department in terms of their goals?
I'd just like to say great job again. So we appreciate the work you do.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Planning, Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to address the department goals this evening. We actually provided you an optional goal at the end of the document, which is entirely dependent upon the first goal that we presented to you. First goal would be to coordinate the 2021 to 2030 Caroline County redistricting process. As the board is aware, every 10 years, the Board of Supervisors is mandated to complete the decennial redistricting as set forth in Article 7, Section 5 of the Code of Virginia. Redistricting is accomplished upon the completion of the decennial census by the United States Department of Commerce and any adjustments to those population numbers by the Virginia Division of Legislative Services. Generally, that process starts around April of the time frame when the numbers are provided to local governments. However, the numbers, population figures from the Census Bureau have been delayed, and the ultimate release of those numbers will trigger the requirement to begin that redistricting process for the next subsequent election cycle. The delay in receiving these new figures will require even greater coordination with the registrar's office to provide the information in a timely manner to allow the registrar to meet her deadlines for any subsequent election cycles. No additional impacts to the planning department budget are anticipated as staff time and advertising costs are already included in our proposed budget. There would likely be some additional costs related to legal review and preparation of documents by the county attorney's office. Second goal is to adopt and implement the 2018 Virginia Uniform Statewide Building Code cycle for construction. This goal comes to you courtesy of Mr. Whiteman, the county building official. Approximately every 3 years, the Commonwealth of Virginia's Department of Housing and Community Development adopts Virginia's version of the National Uniform Statewide Building Code. Local governments are then tasked with the responsibility of implementing the code for their respective jurisdictions. Implementation of a new code cycle is not without its challenges. The changes require department staff to undergo extensive training and testing on the code changes. Only then can staff develop new materials and provide training to the construction industry here in the county. All this has to be done and accomplished while performing our daily responsibilities of the department, which our current permitting workload is approaching that of the 2007 level here in Caroline County. Again, we do not expect any additional budget impacts related to this item, as we have already calculated and incorporated the time and monies necessary in our county inspections budget. Do we go to the optional one as well?
Yes, you might as well.
Okay, great. The optional one, which is entirely dependent upon the timing of the redistricting process, would be to prepare a development standards manual for review and adoption by the board. With the level of development activity in the county, staff has identified a need to create a development standards manual. Some localities refer to it as a design standards manual. And we actually have an example here through our public utilities department, which has a manual. We would update and consolidate site development regulations such as landscaping, sidewalks, frontage improvements, etc., that are applicable both to subdivision and our zoning ordinances. The preparation of such a manual would allow the county to update its development requirements to include the best practices and identify areas where our regulations either exceed or are deficient with respect to neighboring communities along the I-95 corridor. Again, we believe we can accomplish this in-house with the current staff and budget that would be approved by the board.
Thank you, Mr. Fincham. Any questions for Mr. Fincham regarding goals for Department, Mr. Black?
I just had one real quick one. How often is the comprehensive plan updated?
Comprehensive plan is in the process. We're actually working on 3 chapters. By state code, we're supposed to do it every 5 years. We're a little behind in that, but we hope to catch up this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fincham. Any other questions?
Evening,
Good evening,
Chair, Board of Supervisors members. See you all this evening. Glad to be before you all today. Appreciate you, Chair, for giving us the opportunity to come before you and present the things of interest to our department. I would say before you all that during this particular time, this pandemic that we're in, I've had the opportunity to think about and reflect on some things that are necessary for advancing Parks and Recreation in this community. For those, Mr. Underwood, you've been here for a very long time. For those, Mr. Thomas and Parks and Rec at one time was definitely the main show on this within Caroline County. And over a period of time, I've seen some changes along the way, and those changes have definitely paid dividends for the folks that have participated in the program. But at this time, I would say to you, the two work plans that I would like to see accomplished is the number one is definitely to modernize our data processing system. Over a period of time, we're still kind of sort of behind the respective localities. I go out and visit to see what they're operating with. My staff is definitely, as well as myself, we've been working more manually behind the age, and we want to bring things up to speed a little bit. So I am interested in trying to improve our data processing system. The county did a few years ago, I'm not sure exactly how many years ago, but we purchased the Civic Plus system, and that did enhance things. However, there's another piece of that that we're interested in that would be advantageous to the Parks and Recreation Department. We are definitely in need of a recreation management software system whereby it would be not only beneficial to my employees, but also to the customers. The customers right now, they are doing some online transactions. However, there's limitations as far as what they can do simply because of what the system. But if they have recreation management system, they would be able to do more than what they are. They would be able to have their own dashboard, which they would be able to go on and look at their receipts and everything else that they have done throughout the course of a year, or if they wanted to go back. I said during this pandemic also, I discovered that when we had to do all this or process all the refunds, all the refunds had to be done manually by us. So, but the system would enable the refunds to be processed and all that. So by a push of a button. And so if we can bring ourselves up to speed in those areas and shoot out surveys just like that to the general public, all of that, it would definitely place us at a totally different level. Secondly, my other plan I would like to see accomplished is over the period of time too, during my stay in Carolina as Director of Parks and Recreation, I've seen, in particular on this side of the county, the Bowling Green side and the county, I've seen a dwindling day child care services. As you know, it's vital to the county. There's very little on this side of the county, and I would love to be able to support that area, especially for the before and after care. As you know, the summer camp program, which the board has graciously always funded, has been definitely a tremendous asset to this county over the years. I would say that if we were able to provide child care services for before and after school child care services, there would definitely be an advantage as well, and then transition right into our summer months along the way. And I think that would be a tremendous benefit to this side of the county.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Board, any questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Howard.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Chief Loftus.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good evening. Both of the fire rescue goals are predicated on increased demand for service. In 2017 to 2020, we've seen an 18% increase in our total call volume. That's one way we measure our service increase. The second is the EMS recovery. In 2018, we brought in $814,000 in EMS recovery. And this year in 2021, 4 years later, we're slated to bring in 1.2 million, so an increase of 32% over that 4-year period. So those two indicators really show you where our call volume is being driven. It's being driven by EMS. So the number one goal for us right now is staffing. We need an additional 24-hour, 7-day-a-week ambulance on the road today. And that would cost 6 FTEs, or about $442,000 to fund that position. We talked in 2017, we had a work session on fire rescue. The second piece of that staffing is a dedicated engine. Today, we had 5 simultaneous calls. We had no one left in the county. Not just because they were on calls, but our ambulances were transporting. We had nobody left. So at some point, and I think that point is close at hand, we need a dedicated engine company with 3 people that stays in the county all the time. So from a staffing standpoint, you're looking at a total of 15 people, around a cost of about $1 million for those 15. If you're looking for what we can do immediately, that ambulance needs to be done as far as that goal. The second goal is the Carmel Church Station. The Carmel Church Station, once it's erected at the site, it'll serve an area that is being underserved as far as insurance rating. It will take off some of the call demand on our busiest 2 stations, which are Bowling Green and Ladysmith. Each of those is covering about 40% of the total call volume. So those stations right now, those districts are being stressed. That district in the center, that Carmel Church, will help alleviate some of that stress. And our stations, which were built in the early 80s and before, don't have a lot of room for increased career staffing and volunteer presence. So that new station is needed to help overcome some of those burdens that we have in those stations.
Thank you, Chief Loftus. Any questions from board members? Mr. Thomas, question?
No, I just said good.
Oh. Any comments from the board? And I'll just have one comment regarding this. The reason I asked Mr. Cully to do this was really twofold. Number one, that we have department heads who we really don't hear a lot from regarding their departments. But I think we need to hear from them regarding of where we are, where we're going, and how we need to try to get there. And I think based on what we saw tonight in terms of funding, we've got some gaps that we're going to have to begin to think about filling those gaps as we grow. So, I mean, we have to do some real soul searching and some real thinking, because like I said, there's only going to be so much funding, and the other part dealt with funding, so that we could see how much funding we really have and then how much we really need in terms of to meet the needs. I was reading the mission statement. It's kind of funny. After I was appointed chairman, I said, what is that the county mission and vision is? And I think we need to go back and revisit that, because it talks about our service to the community. And so everything that we do should focus on our service to this community to make sure we're doing the best that we can. So I thought it would be important for the board to hear from the department. So thank you for indulging me. And Mr. Cully, I thank you for getting this information.
Chairman, if I may, do we speak about funding? Mr. Cully had, this may be out of order, but do we want to talk about the advertisement of the tax rate tonight? We're talking about funding, just advertising, make it easier on them.
I would not think so, but I'll, Mr. Cully.
I didn't hear the question.
Question is, should we consider discussing the tax rate advertised in order to give people an opportunity to look at it, to make sure you have an opportunity to work through your budget and et cetera, make it easier on you?
Well, it doesn't make it easier on me. We just have to advertise the budget. We've got a time constraints that back up against the twice-a-year tax.
You mean advertise the rate?
Advertise the rate. So normally, if we advertise the rate, we'd advertise the budget at the same time because they were interlocked.
Okay.
I mean, it's hard for me to advertise the budget without a rate because it's incomplete. But so it kind of goes hand in hand. Yeah, if you could come to some consensus that advertise it, you're not locked into any rate at all. However, you've locked yourself into some if you finance the things that you've authorized by resolution tonight, because there's an increase in the budget. There are some mandated increases as I've gone over, and then there's some things that are just, if you're going to do, they become a fairness issue to everybody else that's working, so they're not doing the same job. Where if somebody that's a state employee got a raise and somebody's doing the exact same job didn't get it because they're a county employee. But we can certainly, it's your prerogative. I can advertise it without your permission. I'm just trying to give you an opportunity to say, I've seen what you've got here, and you don't have to like it. We see what the public says, and you make some choices if that's what we've done in the past. I mean, we have a strong fund balance, and so there are ways to, but you can't live in that forever. And that was what the like I said earlier, the exercise tonight was, we've got a revenue gap to our expensive operations, and it's not going to close. It's only going to get wider with each budget year moving forward. The numbers get larger. You've heard from staff tonight. There's not a position that they've asked for in the numbers I gave you tonight. That would only just add to that gap. And they're not asking for things that are unreasonable. I just don't, when I'm looking at it going, my God, where's the revenue going to come from? There's just no way to make them in. But yes, it would be very helpful if you could say, advertise 8 cents, advertise 10 cents, advertise something, and we'll see what the public has. You can certainly have work sessions on that. We'll have a public hearing. You can have a work session after, but somewhere you've got to adopt the rate. You don't have to adopt the budget, but you have to adopt the rate so that they can get the tax bills out.
I'll hold my comment for later. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Black, in terms of giving additional time. But I know that Mr. Cully is going to put his budget together, and he's going to allow us to manipulate it in work session. Clearly, there is a gap that we're going to have to discuss. But
I'll be honest with you, I would be comfortable with just giving him, because we can always come down in the work session. I mean, I don't think there's going to be some serious discussions. To make it, for the time constraints, I just would feel comfortable of putting a number out there tonight. And then you can't go up, you can only go down. And that would give us an opportunity to hear from the citizens.
was not on the agenda, and I think that citizens should have an opportunity. We're going to discuss it like we are now. That citizens should know we're going to discuss a proposed rate and give an opportunity to hear from them. It's kind of what's that? No, I mean, we can advertise our we can advertise the rate without a public hearing. But I'm saying I would like to hear input from, now that they've heard Mr. Cully's discussion about the gap. We all agree that there's a gap between operational and revenue coming into the county. And we can, I understand we can say it's going to be 15 cents, advertised 15 cents. We can come down to even. I understand that, but I don't think that's how the process should work. So I'm not in favor of adding anything to the agenda that wasn't on the agenda unless we agreed to adopt it earlier this evening. Board, I'll listen to your comments or we'll move forward.
So you're recommending that we set up a work session rapidly, possible if it's everyone's schedule, and then wait till our next meeting to move forward with advertising a tax increase, a possible tax.
I think this board should have a discussion about where we are and where we're trying to go and what that means in terms of of a tax rate in a work session. That's open. People can give their opinion. They can say what they wish, and then we come back. It's on the agenda that we're going to vote on a proposed or advertise a proposed rate, and we move from there. I'm not opposed to putting anything on the agenda that wasn't there that we didn't agree on at the beginning of the meeting.
So our next board meeting is 23rd.
But we can have a work session. That's just my feeling. There's 6 of us here. I'm just one person.
I mean, we're gonna have the public hearing the first meeting in April, right? So we can discuss amongst ourselves what to advertise next week.
We can do it as a meeting, or we can a called meeting, or we can do a work session. That's always my record.
Or you could hold board.
Yeah, I'm just not ready to propose I've heard what Mr. Cully says. I have the table clearly, what he said, what we need, and what the rate is going to be, whether it's 69 cents, and he's proposing to do 77, I believe, Mr. Cully, was that correct? 77. I don't have all the numbers. I don't haven't had a chance to digest this all, and I don't want to make just a decision because I think it's the thing to do. I want to have the facts in front of me so that if I support or oppose, I want to be able to give you the rationale behind my support or my opposal. So.
We do have 3 weeks between the 23rd and, but that pushes us, that's a 1 meeting month takes us to the 13th.
We'll have another.
Okay.
So the occasion we do have a special meeting in April, 2nd meeting before the budget. So
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this MOU with the town of Bowling Green is for the protection of Caroline County. This has to do with the municipal relief funds. Caroline County, the town of Port Royal, and the town of Bowling Green all applied for funding. The towns are required that Caroline County receive their funds and put in checks and balances to make sure that it's spent appropriately. In doing that, we had the county attorney generate an MOU prior to giving the funds to the town. So the county has received those funds. Town council has looked at and reviewed this, and now we're bringing it before the board for final review for an MOU.
Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Shebel, this is just how the COVID funds are spent. This has nothing to do with preventing people from getting their water turned off.
Now, this is the money used to apply towards delinquent accounts, and there's a whole list of things that they have to comply with, attestation forms, how they will apply it. It can't be used for penalties. It can only be used for delinquent amounts. They did extend the time. It was through March 1st through the end of December. Now they've extended it through this year. There's not real clear guidance on how you can give it out.
But I mean, you mentioned before about the article with the bad press about people having their water cut off. The town didn't use the funds available to prevent that, or
we
what
still
happened?
have the funds because they've been working through this MOU trying to get all that straight on their end. So we just got this back to get on our
So
agenda.
now they have money. Once we do this, they'll have money.
We'll be able to provide them with the money.
To be able to not turn people's water off.
Correct.
Because some of the people, it's not just the town, even though they're county residents, but some of the county people outside of the town are served by town water.
Correct. So they would be
quite a
available
few
for
of
that.
those got turn-off notice a few weeks ago, which I think was the start of the article.
Yeah,
All
so
right, so this
those
helps.
funds would be available to help those folks.
Okay. And the number of funds, the total number of funds? It's in here for us, but.
Yep, it's in here.
Mhm.
Like they were four rolls. So I would expect over 4 or 5,000.
$4,154.69.
I make
Yeah,
a motion,
Mr.
we,
Taylor?
we adopt the MOU of the town of Bowling Green for the COVID-19 Municipal Utility Relief Program implementation.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Have the approval. Mr. Shebel, yes. Proposed memorandum of understanding with the town of Bowling Green for emergency utility repairs.
Yes, sir. Good evening once again. In 2016, this was before the Board of Supervisors, and the board approved this very similar MOU, and this would allow Caroline County to go in and assist the town for emergencies only. The town council did not take any action on it after that, and it's been resurfaced with some new council members and requesting that we look at this. We did have a meeting with Mr. Cully, myself, town manager, mayor, public works or utilities director with the town, as well as Mr. Seeley. We did review this. We talked about the ins and outs of how would we respond, what we would respond, when would we respond. So we talked about all those. The changes that are in here are very minor. One of them was it did say that we would use the FEMA schedule. Is updated. Typically, the state updates that, or the federal government updates that once a year. We're still right now. They're still showing 2019 dates, but any for equipment and trucks and everything else, we would use that as a standard rate for the rental. That way, we're not having to come up with fees, and then that always stays relevant. And then the other thing was made sure that it covered the full cost, including overtime for employees, was included in there as well. So what this does is allows us a way to be reimbursed if we go and help the town on an emergency basis. This allows them to call us. They don't have to call us, but they would be able to call us. We would review what our current status was. Are we able to help them or not? If we're not, then we would say, sorry, you'd have to continue looking for someone else. If we could, we would then respond. We would be in control of our staff, personnel, equipment, and then assist them. They would reimburse us for all of our costs. Whether it be for the equipment rental, whether it be for our staff time, for parts and repair parts. And then there's a 5% administrative fee that would be on top of that to cover this miscellaneous things that might be really hard to track, like copying pieces of paper and phone calls and those kind of things. So.
Does the board have any questions? Mr. Black?
Has this already been approved by their council?
Signed.
Okay. It was approved by town council. Yep. I don't know the answer to that. I know it was talked about, and they asked us to revisit that.
I thought you had a signed copy. Maybe the other one was signed. I'm sorry.
They did.
The other one was signed. My bad.
Yes, one of the council members said it was signed and approved.
So the answer, Mr. Black, is yes. Mr. Seeley? Question? Oh, just a quick question. Mr. Shebel, you just mentioned in your presentation FEMA. Are we defining an emergency as a FEMA type of emergency or a broken pipe type of emergency?
We're strictly using their equipment schedule, reimbursement schedule.
FEMA's
reimbursement schedule.
Okay, but an emergency is not something defined by FEMA. An emergency could be a broken pipe.
Yeah.
And they don't have anybody to fix it.
Correct. Okay. Yeah, the town doesn't have any equipment at all, so it'd be a water main break, sewer block up.
I'm going to make, if there are no further questions, make a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, if there's no other questions, that we approve the proposed memorandum of understanding with the town of Bowling Green for emergency utility repairs, both water and sewer.
Second.
There's a motion and proper second that, proposed amendment of understanding, memorandum of understanding with the town of Bowling Green for emergency utility repairs be adopted. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Memorandum is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As always, finances included status of capital projects in your packet. Our next meeting, don't forget, we need to recess tonight to the 23rd at 5. It's a joint meeting, work session with the schools, and then our regular scheduled meeting at 6. Unless
Mr.
we
Cullen,
recess out to another meeting for a work session prior.
can we have a little discussion? I think we need to have a meeting before the 23rd.
I would
I think. So let's not recess out yet till the 23rd.
Oh yeah, we can't recess. I was just we're
Oh,
not
okay,
recessing
all
yet. No. We got closed session. We got to get through. Tuesday the 16th.
I'm busy. I'm busy. As long as we're done by 9, I have a standing call at 9 o'clock.
Is the board available for 17th of March?
Wednesday.
Oh, St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, St. Patty's Day.
Wear green.
Monday we
Monday.
have a broadband meeting.
Yeah.
Board packet day.
Yeah. Bad day for us. Thursday, bad day for us.
Wednesday?
Wednesday's fine. I have a standing community meeting at 9 o'clock. So.
Wednesday? All right. Wednesday. Everybody make it a 16. 4, 5. 5. 5 or 6. 6.
Looks like Wednesday.
Wednesday at 6 o'clock, Mr. Cullen. Yeah. Budget work good.
So we need to recess out of night to
the 17th.
Wednesday the 17th.
Yeah.
And we'll need
Will
to
that
recess
be in this room or the EOC?
at
Right.
anybody know of anything in the EOC? Vaccinations, the 17th of. So we should be in the EOC. I'd prefer the EOC. It's a little easier to.
So it's Wednesday
Run on
the
screens
17th,
and
6
things.
o'clock in the EOC. That will be our, okay.
Can I ask that you ask the IT group to set up a corresponding display on the screen here in case we have a large amount of people in the EOC?
Yeah, that's easy. We'll stream it out here.
Yeah, that way we won't have,
Right.
we won't have a lot of people in the EOC.
Yeah, we've got that. Yeah, we overflow will be in here.
Okay.
Same thing for the meeting on the 23rd.
And I mean they can participate if they're supposed to participate, but
All right. Yeah, it's a work session, so it's not public comment.
okay, you don't need to have like 40 people in that one.
No, we're not gonna have.
Right,
We're
right,
not gonna have that.
I mean you can, but
No, we've worked
We
this
won't.
meeting.
No, it's a work session. We won't.
I mean you can because I'll zoom in if that's the case. You have as many people as you want because I'll zoom in. Let me know ahead of time.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Anything else, Mr. Cullen?
No, that would be it
Thank you, sir.
for long.
We do have a closed meeting this evening.
Can we do closing board? I said, can we do closing board comments before?
Yeah.
Mr. Forehand, closing board comments.
None, sir.
Black. Ms.
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
I asked to do this because I forgot to mention in opening board comments that I did a Zoom constituent meeting all on my own. Thanks. Didn't have to use any staff people. So you know, it was good to have a Zoom constituent meeting, and I'll plan to do another one between the budget time. So that was it. Thank you.
I move that this board convene in closed session pursuant to the acquisition of real property exemption of section 2.2-3711 A3 of the Code of Virginia to discuss a potential real estate acquisition related to a new fire station in Sparta, and the consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff exemption section 2.2-3711 A8 of the Code of Virginia to discuss specific legal matters requiring legal advice related to the foregoing matter and to the Four Winds campgrounds.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We will now go into closed session. We're leaving. There's a motion that we come out of closed second. Is there, all in favor say aye?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Certification,
Yep.
Mr. Black.
All right, I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify that to the best of each board member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Mr. Forehand, do you so certify?
I so certify.
Second. Now you can put it.
Sorry. Carry the motion first.
That's, okay, go ahead. All in favor?
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Carries. Mr.
I so certify.
You so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Sealy, do you so certify?
I so certify, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Thomas, you so certify? I so certify. Ms. Long, do you so certify?
I so certify.
And I so certify also. And then
Chairman, I have a motion coming out of closed session. I make a motion that we move forward with acquisition of the real estate discussed in closed session. Do I need to name what it's for? Am I good?
Mr.
Yeah,
So I'm
it
good.
was the closed session motion identified the discussion as for the fire station in Sparta, and I think that's enough specificity for your acquisition.
Okay.
About where the acquisition
Right.
is.
So there's a motion regarding the acquisition of property for Sparta. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion and proper second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
We need to, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we recess till 6 o'clock, March the 17th at the EOC.
Motion to recess until March 17th, 6 o'clock in the EOC for a budget work session.
Second.
There's a second by Ms. Long. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.